friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a chill stream, chill codes. Where we're going to be
Hello
working.
friends, Cheer 500.
Thank you, Murdoch. Thank you for the bits. That's even more bits. That's a 1,000 bits today. But yeah, we're going to be working on the overlays and the apps and all the things that run the Coding Garden. There are some bugs in my mailing list right now that I need to fix, and some other various things that we need to fix. So my Tuesday's going pretty good. I'm actually pretty tired. I didn't get the best sleep last night. Like, I woke up pretty early, and then I went back to bed, and then I woke up again like 30 minutes ago. So today's maintenance day. Yeah, that's why it's a chill day. There will be no tutorials today. Anything you learn will be not on purpose. I mean, honestly, when we're working on the stuff, we still learn things. Let me show you my list of things. I'm open to doing a type racer every now and then as well. Yeah, sustaining the garden. Gardening the garden. Yeah, so right now my mailing list is broken in iOS in dark mode. Honestly, to debug this, I'm going to need someone who has iOS, who has their system settings set to dark mode, because I got an email from someone that sent a screenshot. But I haven't tried fixing it since. We might be able to fix it without actually debugging it. I'll have to look into how the styles are set, but that's one thing that needs to be fixed right now. And then the Coding Garden website has a scroll issue. We need to add some new links to it. And right now it's a single column layout when you're on mobile. And I want to change that. Pick me. Yeah, I mean, if you have iOS as dark mode, like, please volunteer. So right now, if on mobile, my Coding Garden website shows everything in a single column. I want to at least show like 2 or 3 columns. Honestly, I mean, I like the image layout here, but it honestly seems hard to find the links that you need. So, I mean, it might be more accessible to just have a list of links rather than all of these icons. I don't know. I'll think about it. I might even poll you all to see what you all think. Weeding and pest control, exactly. And then maybe there's also a filter the list of links. That could also help. Like, if you go to the site and you're like, I just want the link to the archive channel. Where can I find that? Yeah, so, yeah, more columns would result in less scrolling. You could see, like, the 3 most important links all the time. We'll think about it. Those are the main things I'm going to focus on. I have no idea how long these are going to take me. And then after that, there's various other things wrong with my overlay and other community projects that we potentially want to start up. Like, we've been talking about this probably since September. The idea of a community birthday calendar. Like, it'd be really great if we had one place where everyone could add their birthday. And then when it is your birthday, we don't forget and we can celebrate it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, Mark Boots. Just like Linktree. So, yeah. But welcome in, everybody. Let's start the day off with a nice old type racer. What if you then don't add your don't add yourself to the birthday calendar? It's really for, I mean, because a lot of people don't mind telling people that it's their birthday. I personally don't like to tell people that it's my birthday, but if you've watched Coding Garden, you can. There's certain points where I've told you what my birthday is, but yeah, can we edit our birthday? Ideally, it'll just be like a chat command, so you can set your birthday, and then update your birthday if if it changes. Your birthday shouldn't change, but I guess if you get it wrong, you can update it. Wow, look at Limotes. Limotes is insane. So we were playing this in the getting started screen, and if you get over 100 words per minute, you have to take a test, which I failed the first time, but then I got it. ChatGPT guessed your birthday? How? Yeah, Fob, I think we could do that. We could spend hopefully Hopefully these other things don't take too long, but this is on our list of things to do as well. Update the schedule page to not look like it's from 2003. So if you go to coding.garden/schedule, this is literally just an iframe embed of the Google Calendar, and it's really ugly. So we need to fix that. You could do that, Will. Yeah, but I don't know. We could add some checks in there to prevent people from doing that. So. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's the hacker mindset, right? It's like I mean, there are like restaurants that'll give you a free meal on your birthday. People are trying to hack that all the time. Yeah, welcome in. Don't want to dox. Glad to have you. Yeah. Yeah. Can I add a Discord channel with the calendar? Well, actually, so we already sync all of the events with Discord. So if you look at Discord, let me open this up real quick. What's up, The Vanisher? It's a chill stream. We're hanging out, we're chatting. I'm gonna be fixing various bugs in the garden. Yeah, so if you look at Discord, we add events now, and so these are synced with the event calendar. So you can see that there's the stream today, which is happening right now, and then the one coming up on Friday. So I think this is good enough. We technically, I guess we could have a channel that just like lists the events, but I think this is good enough as long as you know to look for that. Because I think even if you look at this on mobile, it'll let you like RSVP. Let's take a quick stretch. Wait, I missed that, Murdoch. I share a birthday with your ex? That's weird. Oh no, I didn't make this. This just exists on Discord. We wrote the script that syncs my Google Calendar to here. And I say we, Mark did it. Mark is the one that one of the mods that wrote this script to sync it. You can see in the description it has like a Google ID. But if you go on here, you can say that you're interested in the thing. I don't even know how to do that, but you can. And then I think the Discord app will probably give you a notification when the event happens. Yeah. Click this. Your name will pop up here, and then the Discord app will likely notify you when the event's about to happen. What's up, Clicky Foo? Welcome in. Yeah. Oh, are you talking about the birthday calendar, Mark? Like if we add people to the birthday calendar and then they kind of like leave the community? I could see that happening. All right, one more type racer, and then we'll say hi to everybody, and then we'll start writing some code. But if you wanna race me, I'm trying to get 100 words per minute again. So like I can type really fast if there's no special characters, like no punctuation, curly braces, and stuff like that. Oh yeah, congrats 0x Gamer. Thanks to Murdoch for the 1,500 bits at this point. I appreciate that. That's crazy. Funny Boy, thank you for the 16 months. Murdoch with the gift. The She-Boss with the gift. HTDB404 with the resub. Appreciate you all. Yeah, the border is new. And I don't have a scientific way of explaining this, but more people click on my channel now that I have this border. I mean, let me know in the chat. Did you click my stream because of the outline? Or maybe the thing is, you may not even know that you did it. I think you did it subconsciously. Lamote says yes. Cool. Glad to hear it, Vanisher. Custom framework for ultra-wideband geolocalization. Wow. Click the stream because of the beanie. I'll allow it. All right. Click that link if you want to race me in a typing race. I think I got sidetracked, but and Rick Assassin, thank you for the the prime, and Forward, thank you for that resub. You all are trying to distract me so I don't do well here. But what I was saying is like, so there's a speed typer. There's a typing website that focuses on source code, and I'm really slow at that because it has punctuation and curly braces. And I'm not good at that, but I can type pretty fast if it's just letters. I was looking at some old pictures yesterday, and I had a typing class in like 4th grade. So I've been typing since the 4th grade. Come on, come on. Oh well, 57 words per minute. Yeah. Can we round the screen? You know what? I thought about that too. Let me see. I don't know if there's a way to do that. Yeah, so that's also what I was thinking about, Wilm, is like, well, I had also heard that people actually don't learn to type in school anymore because they grow up with like iPads and stuff like that. The British spelling drift. I guess I saw that. Was it like color or something like that? Color? I'm actually consciously only clicking on streams with borders. Nice, nice. Borders generally make things look better if I draw borders on the pages. That's funny. Actually, we got a new. I forgot about this. I set up an overhead cam in the Vanisher. Thank you for that sub. Appreciate that. 6 months. That's awesome. Okay. But yeah, I set up this scene, and there's literally. I mean, I need to get my wireless mic because I'll be standing over here and my microphone's over there. But I can draw things. I can draw boxes and point lines like that and do like this. Look at me. Look at me. I don't know what I'm going to draw yet, but I'll find things to draw. Okay. Rounded corners is not easily doable in OBS. Yeah, so I think the other theme of this stream is I get distracted easily, and that's okay. But I was going to look into, can I add a border radius to a thing? Let's look. This is going to be, I'm going to try this, and then if I can't figure it out, we will say hello to everybody and then just start fixing some bugs. The focus was a bit off. Yeah, so I have it on manual focus because otherwise it like goes crazy. So if I ever do the drawing thing, check. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, you can still hear me. Okay. Okay. Filters. There's crop and pad. I probably should just Google this to see if I can do a border radius. Voice coding. I've never done that before. You mean like code with my voice? Oh, the drop game. The drop game should be enabled if you give me a second after I'm on the screen. OBS border radius, and this is a media source. Not a media source. Video capture device. Create a mask. Oh, that doesn't sound easy. Yeah, so like this. It's doable. Do I want to spend time doing it? Honestly, I kind of do. I kind of do. All right, let's do it. All right, you're not going to be able to hear me for a second because I need to screen cap this one specific source, but I'll be right back. Here I go. Cool. So we got those two images, and then I could like load those into Figma to add a border radius of black, and then add that as a mask, and then that will put the borders on it. Let's do it. We're really distracted today. Give me a second. I need to go grab these screenshots I just took. Code Wars was solved. I get it. I was like, what are you talking about, Ryan? It's like, world peace. World peace. And part-time married. Thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Okay. What's up, Arnovaz? Welcome in. Welcome in. Here we go. I'm going to do my best here in Figma. So basically inside of OBS, I have my screen capture, and then I have two separate scenes. One just has this section of the scene captured, and then one has just the chat captured. And that's how I'm able to overlay it here without the status bar. So what I need to do is I need to add a 1080p white white square, rectangle, and then the mask is going to be a black box. So for now, I won't look at that. Let's take a quick stretch. And then what I was thinking is now I need a black box. Well, no, then I need to invert it, though. This is called Figma. It's for editing images. Am I getting that right? No, I need the opposite. This needs to be white, and then the background should be black, because everything else will get masked off. Yeah. So we'll do the opposite. That's okay. So but let's figure out where we want it first. Like, I need to line it up with the edge of the window here. And then down here, like that. And then over here, like that. And then we can add a border radius. How much border radius do we want? $30. It's pretty good, right? But now we need to invert it. So this should be black, and then this should be... No, opposite. This should be black, and then the rectangle should be white, which is the thing we want to show, like this. Like that. Right? Did I get that wrong? Or do we want the opposite? I've done this before. And I actually... Yeah, I want it like this. No, because in the default settings, I want it like this. I've done this before. So we want the screen to be showing through... Let's try it like this. All right, give me a second. I gotta export this. Okay, you won't be able to hear me for a second while I add it. it was off by like a pixel or two, so I have to fix it. The silence of coding. It's just me. It's just me adjusting OBS settings. People are here for it though. All right, let's see how this looks. It's too much. No, that looks bad. That looks really bad. I I could change. I think the width is a little bit off. And then I also forgot that this area shouldn't be black. This area should be white because this is where the chat is. Bottom is good. But then it's like even more than it should be. Yeah, it does look inconsistent. Like the top is different than the bottom. Why is that? I'm not gonna worry about it. I already spent too much time on it. But that is something that I want to do. I'll get it working at some point, because it does look cool when there are rounded edges. All right, no audio for a second. All right, we're back. I told you this would be I'm calling it a chill stream. It's another word for chill stream is boring, and I'm doing lots of weird stuff. Oh well. All right, let's say hi to everybody. Welcome everyone in, and to let you know, we're going to be working on stuff in the coding garden today. So there's some various bugs to fix on coding.garden. We're making some updates to the calendar, and then also there's email styling bugs that we're going to try to fix as well. Boring is chill. Cool. It's an alternative stream. All right, if you want me to say hi to you, you can say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, sup, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi-yo, vohio, or bogahay. Say any one of these things. I will notice you. And here we go, back in time to an hour ago, where Salahuddin Ahmed was the first to say hello. What's up, Salahuddin? Welcome in. Hello, Sequel Gortster. What's up, Mark and Zelino and the Omni King and DS Legends? And hello, Henry. What's up, Prashanth and Funny Boy and Pablo and HTTP404. Hello, Crom and Origin and Mike the Tree Climber. What's up, Shark Turn Up and Pronian and the Shibas and Hams Mola. What's up, Koom, Joseph and Kilji, what's up, Veeb, and Mark Boots, and Ryan, how's it going, Limotes, and Wilm, and 0x Gamer, and Poplip, and Fob, and Nightwire Studios, hello, what's up, The Vanisher, and Don't Wanna Dox, and what's up, Dark Coder, and Cleaky Poo, and Code Stuff, and Oscar, and hello, Griffway, and Arnavaz, and Kita7, what's up, Mikey Man, and Part-Time Married, and Timon, what's up, Monkey Diamonds, and Solemn Wolf, welcome in, lots of first-timers today as well. I'm telling you, people are clicking on my stream because of the border. You saw that border and you're like, I guess I'll click here. maybe not, but lots of first timers today. I appreciate you all. Thanks for being here. Hasmola and Vicus, Nightwire Studios, Don't Want to Dox, Gigsus, Arnavaz, T. Usao, Raul, Monkey Diamonds. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, I mean, is it clickbait? I guess it's only clickbait if I don't deliver, right? I'm delivering. All right, let's work on some actual code here. First of all, I'm told that coding.garden has a horizontal scroll on Firefox Mobile. Now, I was not able to replicate this on my phone. We could try it by pulling up the dev tools. You all tell me, if you go to coding.garden on your phone, is there a horizontal scroll? There is. Ooh. Ew! That's nasty. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna yeah, and thank you, Oscar. Let's fix this. I need to get into the code base real quick. Ew. It's my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, I think what Oscar is saying is one of the links, or like one of the titles is like really, really long. We should be able to debug it though. We should be able to debug it with the dev tools. Cool. So this is a SvelteKit app. The history of this is someone made a PR against my website repo and converted the entire thing to SvelteKit. And this was like before I'd ever even used SvelteKit before. But I merged it, made some changes, and I like it because I'm using the adapter static. So the site builds to totally static files. Okay, so we're running locally now. If we look in mobile, increase this like this, you can see there's some horizontal scroll. Let's find the culprit. And it's probably that. Yeah, it's probably that. Because the moment we go past, like the moment the screen size is larger than the text, it doesn't scroll anymore. Yeah, like this. So this specific element, the title element on the anchors, that just needs some max width. Let's do it. Easiest bug all day. Gotta open the editor and keep it open. That's step one. And this is just the home page. So this is going to be the page.svelte. And then we have right here the links. And they don't have classes on them, apparently. There is a link list CSS class. You ever seen a link list in CSS? And then here we go. So this is targeting the anchor tags, and we could just put a max width on this, like 300 pixels. Let's see what this does for us. It's gonna wrap a little bit earlier. Now it's not centered anymore. That's awkward. Let's fix that. How were we centering it before? The link list itself is a display grid. I think the link list needs to have margin, not one rem. This needs to be one rem auto. Or is it auto one rem? Which one's left, right? Place content center, place item center. I've literally never used this CSS. That did it. This place item center. I guess it's probably similar. Place item center seems like it's similar to Flexbox, but applied to grid instead. That does it. So that's nice. And then now, these have a max width of 300. Honestly, I feel like the text item itself, I want to have a max width. And also, I could just set the entire page to overflow X hidden. Because right now it has overflow auto. I want overflow Y auto and overflow X hidden. I don't want to see an overflow X. There should never be an overflow X, and the main reason I'm doing that is if, let's say, someone's on a teeny tiny device, like this, when it zooms in, I don't want it to add horizontal scroll. But now this gets to the point what Oscar was saying, is that we should probably do a max width of like 90 vmin, and that way, when someone is on a phone that's like an inch wide, then it won't overflow like it's doing right now. Because we could say, instead of max width 300, max width 90 vmin. Yeah, and so then these shrink down a little bit. I guess the zoom, you actually don't see the zoom on mobile though, because that's only on desktop hover.
I have a job because of you.
Yeah, I think I want to clamp it at this point. I think I want to do like a clamp. Does it work like this? 300 pixels and 90 vmin? Min. 3. Oh, I got a donation? Is sound not on? Oh, you know what? I think my stuff is all the way down. Give me a second. I can pull up. I can pull it up. Gullible Robert with the $50 who says, "I have a job because of you." You're too kind, Gullible Robert. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed the donation. Thank you for letting me know, chat. My sound was down. Oh, you're too kind. And not a wet Willie says, "I'm here to thank you for all your work and passion. You're the reason I love to learn JavaScript after I saw how many cool things you did. You're really a good teacher and mentor." Thank you, not a wet Willie. I appreciate it. I'm doing my best out there. I'm like, I mean, I think about it a lot because like not that it matters, but like right now, my YouTube channel isn't doing as well as it used to, and that's my own fault because I stopped uploading. But it helps to have positive reinforcement. I appreciate you all saying you still enjoy my stuff, and thank you for the donations and stuff like that. I think the thing is, it's a grind. I got to keep uploading videos. I got to be consistent because I mean, I went like months without uploading videos, and then the growth on YouTube slowed, and then YouTube's not recommending my videos to people as often because I didn't upload as often. I probably shouldn't even care. I don't know. Thank you everybody for the kind words. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. You found my YouTube recently? Nice, Steep. Glad to hear it. You're a sub and this is your first time in chat. I guess maybe you might have gotten gifted at some point, or actually I shouldn't assume that. Thank you. Hello. All right, min, ideal, max. Does anyone want to help me out with that? Okay, so min would be like 2 rem. Ideal is 90 vmin, and then the max is 300 pixels, or like 10 rem. Let's see what that does for us. You just primed today? Nice. Did I miss that too? I did miss that. Thank you for the prime. My alerts are back on now, so I shouldn't miss them. But part-time married. Thank you for the 3 months. I don't know if I said that either. Keep my nose to the grindstone. Yeah, just keep uploading videos, be consistent, and the rest will come, I guess. I mean, I would hope. Cool. So I like this. Except right now that's too small. This is too small. Oh yeah, and then I can turn the drop game on. That should just work. There we go. Look at all those those queued up drops. I think it's this, like the 10 rem. Yeah, that's what we want. Or not. Yeah, that is. Because we go like this, and then when we get down to here, this is fine. Honestly, I really shouldn't even look at responsiveness like this. I should look at specific device sizes. So if you look at on an iPhone 12 Pro Max, this is the width, and that looks fine to me. Now, Oscar had a good point that we should actually, instead of scaling the whole thing, we should only scale the image. So now, on hover, it actually hides the text though. And really, I want to set the transition duration on the image. It's like that. I mean, I'm not opposed to that. Yeah, the images all have a black background, and it's not a transparent image. They just have a black background. This is my longer break timer. That's a good point. Good point, Acid Spark. Yeah, if we just put the images behind the anchor tag, then it won't matter as much. I'm not opposed to that. So, z-index -1. But the issue is that is now the hover isn't triggered because it's below the anchor tag. Right? Let's try that. Background blend mode. I've literally never done this. A hover. I like that. Yeah, thank you, Lino. Yeah, that should work here, because if when you're hovering on the anchor tag, scale the image up. Just swap it around. Cool. Cool. That should do it. Yeah, yeah. And then we can go back to... Actually, I don't know what this does, Oscar. I'd be curious if you tell me what this does. But now if we change this back to -1, it should still trigger the hover. Wow, look at us. That looks fancy. Because like then the text doesn't move at all. That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, both OneText and Lino got it. Well, I think that should remove the black background. Oh, it didn't seem like it was doing that, right? Because if we, if I don't change the z-index and we do background, what was it? Blend mode? Difference? Mix blend mode. Oh. Darken. now the images are gone. Difference? That's what we want. So we want difference. Wow. Okay, so that's two different ways of doing it, right? So you either... what this actually does, though, the mix blend mode, is it literally blends the background with the black background. So it's almost like making these transparent images, instead of changing the z-index, because look what happens. So without that, this is like a black square that covers the text, but with it, it still covers the text, but it's now blending. Huh. I like that, Citizen Fade. But I don't want to do this because that's gonna have some weird consequences on various browsers. I'm sure of it. So we'll just do z-index, because that doesn't mess with the image colors or anything like that. Yeah, difference. It shows what is different, and so because the background is black of the page and the background of the image was black, it only showed the things that were not black. Though that would have broken on any image that has like black in it. I guess none of mine do, but yeah. Which is more performant? I don't care. That's my answer to that in an interview. Performance for a mouse over hover? It's covered by 90% of browsers. I believe it. It's not because you suggested it, Oscar. It's because I've never used it before, and I think z-index makes more sense. Because I don't want to mess with the colors. I just want it to be behind the text. Cool. And then Citizen Fade has a suggestion. Remove the underline. I like that. So, anchor tags, on hover, text decoration, none. Now, does that make these links less accessible? Now that they don't have underlines? We could change the text color. And Physiotronic says, do I have any advice about CSS? Great ideas for some visuals, but I have no idea how to do them. I don't have advice. I mean, there's some really good content creators you can subscribe to that have a lot of good info. So, Kevin Powell, he is a CSS god amongst men. But he's got a really good YouTube channel. He's blowing up. Almost 700,000 subs. That's awesome. Definitely follow him. Lots of good CSS tips. And I don't know if this is still the case, but actually, so YouTube removed the ability to search across streams. But I do believe, let's see, if we go back like at least the past year, and then we just Command F this page for Tailwind, we don't find a single result. So what does that tell you? I don't know. Make your own conclusions. If the literally the best CSS content creator doesn't have any content on Tailwind, he probably doesn't like that I'm politicizing Tailwind on his channel. But he's a really good creator. So I would say watch his videos. Lots of good tips, and then also just like the CSS tricks website has a lot of good info. But other than that, CSS is definitely the kind of thing where you just gotta just do it. See what works. See what works. You know. Click the right button for search. Videos. Oh, there it is. My browser was too small. Yeah, still no videos on Tailwind. Yeah, but Design Course Gary is another good one as well. Yeah, but like Kevin Powell is like very much like CSS focused, like how to use CSS. A lot of Design Course stuff is basically given a layout, how do you use CSS to implement that layout? So he does a lot of design focused things, talking about like white space and all the various and user interface design and user experience. So that's another good resource as well. So yeah, Hyperplexed. We talking about YouTube channels now? Today is the day where we allow ourselves to go down rabbit holes and to get sidetracked. Does this have anything to do with CSS? Looks kind of like Fireship. Have you ever seen a hover effect this explosive? Is it kind of like Fireship? Yeah, I figured out where the search button was. I think right now, because my screen is so small, I have to zoom out to find it, which is weird. Like, even when I guess if I go to the right, it's there. Yeah. I'll take a look, Pablo. I'm happy to look at your CSS or at your Svelte libraries. I don't know why I'm just staring at this page. I'll definitely check them out later. Okay. What did you have for me, Mark? Let's see. Appear. Is this for like when the page loads? Is that what this is for, Mark? So when the page loads, everything will come in from the left. I'm not opposed to it. And then we can add, so if you're not familiar with CSS animations, keyframes let you specify all of the different steps. So you can do like 0%, 50%, 100%, basically within the animation at any given time, what should the current properties be? And it's going to tween, is that the right word? Tween between them. So if we go from this to this, it's actually going to animate in. So if we then put this on the anchor tag to tell it to have the appear animation. Now, whoa! Nothing happened. Oh, I see. They did that. So I need to increase the, if we go to like 800 milliseconds, it's a bit more obvious. Wow. I mean, I'm not opposed to like a second. Quick stretch. What's headless UI? Is that a Tailwind thing? Your Flash days, yeah. I mean, that's why I know about keyframes and tweening. It's like, you basically say, when we're here, it should be here, and when we're here, it should be here, and then the software figures out what to do in between. A bit more distance, yeah, I'm not opposed to that either. Let's go 100 pixels. Look at that. Ooh, and then we should make this text fade in too. Wow, we're really doing a lot of UI design today, so that's fun. Yeah, the H1 and the H2, we'll just do a fade in animation. Let's create our own fade in. So if we want to fade in, we want to go from opacity 0 to opacity 1. That's our fade in. And then I want to style the H1 and the H2 to have that fade in animation. So I will say H1, fade in. H2, fade in. And let's do the H2 will fade in a little bit slower than the H1. All right, it'll look like this. Add a delay to the H2. Is there a property for that? Animation delay, 500 milliseconds. Why is this so quick? Even though I'm saying do it over 2 seconds, it's like happening instantly. This is only CSS, Cytronic. Yeah, so basically, keyframes, that's a thing in CSS. Oh, you're right. I could just use the built-in svelte animations, couldn't I? Yeah, so in svelte, you don't even have to define like fade in. They're kind of like built in. Is it an H1? Yeah, we have this and this. Ease in, out. I see. So that way it will gradually do it. Let's see. Or not. Or just blink. Do I not want that? Yeah. Oh, you have an animation library, Pablo? I'm happy to take a look at it. I don't know if I'll use it today, but I'm happy to take a look. Okay, this looks fine. The one thing that I haven't been doing is testing my site in Chrome. Actually, I don't even have Chromium on this computer. Let me go install it really quick. All right, I'm open to that too, Oscar. We'll use the built-in svelte animations. Good evening, Arivan Houghton. Welcome in. Initial value has to be 0 to make the delay work. That makes sense too. Okay, give me a moment. I need to install Chrome so I can test in that. And Clickstore, thank you for the 2 months. Love your chill coding content. Appreciate it. I think if we use the built-in svelte animations, those will help with the delay. It should be good. Yeah, I just used Brew to do it. Chromium is damaged and cannot be opened. Well, I guess Brew didn't work for that. Let me try installing it manually. It's possible that they have a different build for Apple Silicon Macs. That's the issue. Yeah, I think that's it. Chromium is damaged. So if you look at their website, by default, it defaults to the Mac Intel, but you can do Chromium for Mac ARM, which is what we need. I have an M1 Mac. My wife bought it for me for Christmas. I've got the Pro. It's the 2020 14-inch M1 Pro. All right, let's set this thing up real quick. Autofill. Do not save my passwords. Payment methods. Do not save my payment methods. Addresses. Do not save my addresses. Privacy and security. Performance. Yeah, I didn't think about how much I had to charge my 2015 MacBook Pro, but it could probably last like 3 hours without being on the charger. Now that said, I could have just replaced the battery, but this thing is amazing. Like, I literally don't need to charge it all day. Even if I'm editing videos or doing things that take a lot of processing power, I still don't have to charge my laptop as often. Search engine. DuckDuckGo. Manage search engines. Is there an ad right now? Who's running an ad? I guess I'm I'm an ad for Apple. Is that what's happening? And then that was the other issue, is like, so I did edit videos on my my 2015 MacBook Pro, but anything more than just basic cuts, if there were more than 20 or 30 cuts in a project, it would really slow down, which was unfortunate. On startup, open the new tab page. Downloads. Always ask me where to save downloads. Is there anything to do with forms? Because in Firefox there are like 2 settings to prevent autofill. There's the addresses, but then also under like browsing data. Should be fine. Study. Thank you for the resub. Thanks for your great content. Could you do a new Mac setup video for development on the M1 Mac? I didn't plan on it just because everything is exactly the same. The only difference is I'm using Zish now instead of Bash. That's literally the only difference. And everything seemed to just work. I know a lot of people were commenting that when you're trying to do like brew stuff on the latest Macs, you had to do something special. I didn't have to do anything special. I just installed brew from there. Yeah, it's crazy to think about. I mean, mine pretty often is like sitting down here, and so it stays plugged in, but one of the reasons I wanted a new MacBook is when I do IRL streams, I want to be able to take this with me, and do like coding out in the real world. But the battery will last a long time. It'll fit in my backpack. It's small enough. Yeah. Okay. Let's go get some extensions. What do we need? We need uBlock. This blocks the ads. Add it. What do we need? We need Privacy Badger. This blocks trackers. Boom. What do we need? We need Decentralize. This makes it so that when you are loading scripts from a CDN, it caches them locally so that CDNs can't track you. Great. What else do we need? Enhancer for YouTube. Quick break. I don't install HTTPS everywhere anymore. because most sites just do it anyways, and like I think even that's like built into Firefox. Install Brave. No, I'm good. Um, Enhancer for YouTube. This is a really cool extension. I'll show you some of the stuff that it can do. So first of all, you can set your theme. I like to set my YouTube theme to green dark, and then you can choose to automatically set the quality when videos load. So I just set this to 1080, so that way every time I load a video, I don't have to go adjusting the quality. And then what else? I like to enable theater mode, expand the video player, use the available space, expand the description automatically, and then convert shorts. So this will take any short that you click on and just turn it into a regular YouTube video. So that's a good one. And then Dark Reader. But I like to enable Dark Reader to not be on by default. 4K clip. Yeah, the thing is, like, I even on my 4K TV downstairs, I still only watch things in 1080p. It's like 4K like buffers a little bit too much. I don't know. But we need to change Dark Reader so that it becomes a inverted list only. So now, like on this, if I go to Dark Reader, turn it on, or not. Maybe it doesn't work on this because it says it's a protected web page. Yeah. Privacy Better? Never heard of that one. Is that a thing? Privacy Badger. Yeah, so I have Privacy Badger. This blocks trackers and blocks them in like third-party cookies automatically, and then uBlock Origin blocks known advertisers. Let's search Wikipedia for banana. Yeah, so now if I add Wikipedia to the dark list, now it loads that. Yeah, so I use cookie auto delete in my personal browsers. This is another cool one because it will only keep cookies for sites you whitelist. So regardless of if you care about like or if you have tools that are blocking. No, I'm not switching to Chrome. We're setting up Chrome so that I can test my website in it. But let's say you have Privacy Badger. That's going to block potentially third-party trackers and third-party cookie thingies from loading. But if you have to allow it on a specific website, then those cookies still stick around. Cookie auto delete automatically deletes your cookies for any site you don't whitelist. So honestly, I'm constantly getting pop-ups from websites because every time I go there, it asks me, what do you want to do about the cookie policy? But that's because cookie auto delete is just removing those cookies anyways. What's this one? DuckDuckGo Privacy Essentials. I have avoided installing the DuckDuckGo extension. Like I like just having my default browser set to default search engine set to DuckDuckGo. But yeah. Why not use the Brave browser at this point? At this point, I just use Firefox. Firefox with all of these extensions does the same thing as Brave, and Firefox is a not-for-profit company. So I just do that. We're only setting up Chromium, which is the open source version of Chrome, so that I can test my site in Chrome. What was I going to look up? In the settings, I need to do my search engine settings because I actually don't like... So right now, yeah, so this is doing search engine autocomplete, which is basically a keylogger, right? Like literally everything I type in my bar, even if I'm going to like twitch.tv, I've literally just sent my keystrokes to DuckDuckGo. I don't want to do that. Is there a way to disable that? There's like suggestions? What's that called? I haven't had that issue, Physotronic. Chrome, disable search engine suggest. How to turn off search suggestions. Settings. Sync and Google services. Oh. Automatically search URL. Turn that off. There we go. Now it should be clean. There we go. There's no longer a keylogger. But Nessie, thank you for the Prime sub. Okay, our Chrome is set up, so now we can go test my website. Let's see. That's slick. I like the subtle animations here. Cool. Very cool. Now, let's actually. So I wanted to do a different text color on hover. Let's find a text color. I don't really have a. Actually, I guess I do. If I go to the frequently asked questions, there's like this yellow. This is the yellow that I want. What do you all think? Should I do yellow or orange on hover of the links? And thank you, Programmer Jeff. I appreciate you. So I mean, really, chat did it. But all of those animations are suggestions from chat to make things look better. Yellow? Okay, let's do yellow. So on hover of a link, the color should be that. Hey, oh, look at us. We're out here. Cool. There we go. Borrow my chat for a prefix? Sure. I mean, are you a streamer, Programmer Jeff? Let's see. Go help Programmer Jeff. They are. Listen, chat. Programmer Jeff needs your help. Just head on over there. Drop a follow. Yeah. Yeah, I keep saying color because I'm thinking of no worries, Programmer Jeff. I know it. I'm thinking of the spelling difference between English color and British or Canadian English also does color. Color. There's a few other words in U.S. English versus the rest of the world English that has OR instead of OUR. Okay, this looks fine. Yeah, and like favorite versus favorite. Blend between the yellow. Actually, I don't know. Maybe anybody in chat, if you know how to do this, it's British, isn't it? How do you? Is it possible to automatically animate between the color? What do I think of PHP? It's fine. I use JavaScript for most backend things, but PHP is a viable option, especially with the modern libraries available for it. Things like Laravel. And there are other, I don't know PHP, I don't know the ecosystem, but there are other things that make PHP really nice to work with. I would say PHP is old, but it's not necessarily outdated in that there are modern tools that you can use with PHP that are on par with like the JavaScript the backend JavaScript ecosystem. I probably should just Google this. Transition color? Is that a thing? Well, we want this on the anchor tag itself. So transition color 1000. I mean, I guess I could just do 1 second linear. Oh, jeez! I had no idea that you could animate color. We don't want it to take a second though. Like 300 milliseconds will probably look nice. I've literally never done transition color. Wow. That's so subtle. Look at that. Let's take a stretch. And now a glow effect? Nah, it's too much. It's too much. Is it bad to study PHP full stack now? I don't think so. I mean, you'll come across people that are just like, oh, PHP is bad. It's so like PHP has a bad rap because it's been around for so long. So there's more PHP code out there, and it's easier to find bad PHP code because there's more PHP code. But if you look into things like Laravel, and it also depends on the market you're in, but Laravel is modern PHP, and you could argue that PHP developers using this have nicer code bases than back-end JavaScript developers using like Express and everything and other stuff like that. Because Laravel is a bit more opinionated. Now there are more opinionated back-end JavaScript frameworks, but people tend to use them less in the JavaScript ecosystem. Yeah. Does anybody know what are some other decent PHP stuff? Because like I've heard of PHP or like Slim PHP. I don't know if it's still a thing that people use. But this is like the Express of the PHP world. If you're looking to do something like that, I don't know. You'll find people Symfony. You'll find people with opinions like, "Oh, PHP is horrible. Why would you ever do it?" But go for it. I think it also comes down to like the job market that you're in, the kind of jobs that you want to get, because also a large portion of the web runs on WordPress, and WordPress is written in PHP. So if you want to build like plugins for WordPress and stuff like that, you can learn PHP. I feel old watching this. All right. Codeigniter? Yeah. So all of that to say, PHP is still a thing that people use and can write decent code with. All right, what are we doing now? I don't want to make the text glow. I think we're good on just like little style improvements. At this point, I want to change the number of columns. Like on a screen this size, I want to show probably 4 icons. See, do I have media queries? I don't have any media queries. So at this point, I'm going to set up media queries because right now, right now it has an auto fit column of 400 pixels. So if I full screen this, we get 4. I guess I could just decrease this. Yeah, so like not that many. The thing is, I want 4 columns here. I want 4 columns here, so I think I'm going to add a media query. Throw everything away and just write it in Rust. So instead of like autofit, I'm actually going to, we'll default to 4 columns. I might have to swap those two. Yeah, swap these two. So repeat for 1 fraction of the whole. So this should be 4 columns, like that. But we could also decrease the size of the things when it's a 4-column layout. I guess I've never done that. So my idea was to use media query. So when we're on a screen this size, decrease it. When the screen is smaller than that, decrease it. But Mark Boots is basically saying we can also make even this dynamic. So we can auto fit it with a min-max. Mark Boots is a CSS expert. What are you doing, Mark Boots? I don't think I've seen these kind of suggestions from you before. Let's see. Cool, but now we can adjust it a little bit. Between 10 rem and 100%. 300 pixels. This is better. Look at this. So now I go here. I think that's fine. I'm not opposed to this many links on a really wide screen. And then here it's 3. And then there it's 2. And then there it's 1. I'm not sure what you said, Q21, but AutoMod is pretty... it catches a lot of things. What unit do you usually use in CSS? I was told you want to make a responsive design, you should avoid pixels. Yeah, so in the specific thing that I'm doing right here, this is just saying a minimum width of 300 pixels. And like, in this scenario, everything else is like fairly responsive, but this is just saying, like, there's a lot of devices that, like, where the minimum size is 300 pixels, which is why I'm using that. Um, I do agree that the icons are a little bit too big. I do agree with that. A max width to the container to have a maximum of 4 columns. That's also I'm not opposed to that, right? So when the screen is really big like that, our link list margin 1 rem auto and a max width of, I don't know, 1,000 pixels? More than that. 1,200 pixels. So the center area is never larger than 1,200 pixels. But let's go even more, because I want at least like that. Yeah, so now it's never more than that. I'm using just my Mac screen. Here, it's just my little laptop. I'm staring at it. It's pretty good. I think the one thing is, though, like when I want a minimum of 2 columns, right? So even on like a small device, I still want to show 2 columns. Right? Because I don't like when someone goes on mobile, they literally have to scroll to find the thing that they want. That makes sense. So right now, 100% means when we get to that point, take up the full screen. But if we do 50%, then we'll have a minimum of 2. Or not. I mean, if it gets that small. Keep the 3 to match my logo. Ooh. You're on to something. You're on to something. I mean, they're slightly bigger than my logo, but I could decrease the image size to match the logo. Like right now, it's just using the default image size. Let's see, how wide is this? 242 pixels. So, images, max width, 242 pixels. But then we can decrease the max width even more. How do I get rid of that space? Honestly, so and this is where my knowledge of CSS Grid is like completely limited, because right now I'm just throwing CSS at it to see if it works. I know how to do this specifically with media queries, because with media queries I could say, when you're at this width, use this many columns. When you're at this width, use this many columns. Oh, it is a 4 rem gap, isn't it? Yeah. Cool. And then we could have a max width even smaller. Okay. The start of the 3rd column. Oh yeah. It's not the blue screen. I see. Yeah, when I go full screen, right now, it's meant to only ever have my screen on this side of the screen. Yeah, so whenever I do that, it's clipped because the chat isn't like perfectly aligned with it. I see what you're saying. Is there still a gap? I just removed the gap entirely. That makes sense, Timon. Yeah, so if you have other suggestions for the site, feel free to add an issue, open a pull request. But now I'm not opposed to that. The text starts to overlap, but that's kind of the behavior that I wanted. Quick stretch. Glad to hear it, Diamond. Yeah, I mean, the initial setup is really easy with Prisma and SvelteKit. What are we going to do? I want to look at responsive mode and see what this looks like on an iPhone. Yeah, this is not good. Because here's the thing. When we're here, I actually want to decrease the size of these, of the things so that the text wraps and the image is a little bit smaller. I need a media query at this point. The narrator says, it was bad. How does a media query work? Like this. So here's what we're going to do. Yeah, so this is where basically, so right now everything is really dynamic, right? So the number of columns changes, the width changes here. Honestly, I don't want to try to figure out what the clamp is to get it going. I specifically want to have like a small, medium, and large media query and then set the things explicitly. That's what I want. Right, so our small will be max width of, I think, 400 pixels. We could reuse the max, the device sizes in like Tailwind or Bootstrap. And the Timmy, thank you for the resub. Happy New Year to you too. That's 27 months. That's a long time, Timmy. Width. Doesn't Tailwind have device sizing? Embrace the fluid? I don't feel like learning it right now. I just don't. I don't feel like wrapping. Like in my mind, it makes more sense to explicitly set the styles based on the device width. It's hard for me. It's harder to figure out the clamp and the dynamicism. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Is there a Tailwind where it specifies like small, medium, and large devices? Here we go. Small, 640 pixels. Medium, 768 pixels. Large. Honestly, I want something in between. And then beyond that, extra large. We have a min width of 1281. I have not used container queries. What are container queries? What's up, Josh? Welcome in. It's been a while. Hopefully you're doing all right. You can query the parent container rather than the page. That's pretty cool. But people are saying these are really new. They're in the latest Firefox, but I want page size. I'm pretty sure. Does this make sense? Honestly, I want to go even smaller, like 400 pixels, 768, and then oh, nice, Josh. Welcome back. Welcome back. Take the measurements from here. So yeah, this is just like straight from Material Design itself. Are these pixels? But see, I need something smaller because like I'm used to designing at like 300 pixel size screen or 400 pixel. Like if you look at right now on an iPhone 12 mini, it is 375 pixels wide. So I would design it like max width of 400. And then up to like roughly 800. And then beyond that will be the default sizing. Right, so now I can do this. Now I can say by default, an element is going to have a width of 33.3%. So it should take up, by default, 1/3. And by default, my grid will have three... I guess I don't even need that. 3 columns. And by default, it takes up 100% of its column. Like that. So the grid is 3. Let's see. What am I doing? I broke everything. By default, did I do this wrong? Is it 3? Yeah, I did that wrong. Thank you, Mihai Andre. There we go. So by default, it's 3 columns, but now it's 3 columns no matter what, right? So with media queries, I can basically say when you get right here, break it to 2 columns. So now I can take this, and we want to break to 2 columns on a medium device. So when we get here, it breaks to 2 columns. And then that's actually, we want a minimum of 2 columns. But then when we get to super small devices, we want to even decrease the size of the images altogether. Always keep 3 but reduce the size. I think I still want to go down to 2. Right? Because otherwise, I could say the images are... So it's always 3 columns, but then they just get smaller. That's not horrible. There are an odd number? 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a lot of text on some of these, though. How do you all feel about this? Let's look at it on... I mean, that's kind of ugly. So this is what it looks like on an iPhone 12 mini. I think we do want to go down to 2 columns. Decrease the text size, too. Align to top. How do I align to top? Only icons on small screens? It'll be hard to tell what some of these are. I need the descriptive text. Vertical align top. I didn't quite do it. We're in a CSS grid here. So you have the list, and then you have each item. Place content. Baseline. That didn't do it either. I was trying to get rid of 1 column on mobile because I don't want people to have to scroll as much on mobile. I mean, that's the whole point of me even doing any of these CSS changes. I think I'm not opposed to that, Newbin. We tried vertical align. That didn't work. So basically, so this is linked list is a CSS grid. We want each of the items in the grid to be top aligned. Yeah, the only tricky part with that, Baldy, is these are all images. So I'd have to recreate the images. And I don't really want to do that. It's a lot of images to go recreate. Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, instead of being... You're going to hate this, but if I do a display flex... and then flex wrap, and then by default, these take up 33.3. And then now, instead of changing the... yeah, and then here they take up 50. But now that we've done that, we can do align items flex start, I do believe. Yeah, and so that aligns everything to the top. See? But also, we should lower this text. But now that it's a flex box, they wrap. Actually, they don't wrap. We need to make sure I'm setting the right thing. So parent is now a flex. Never mind. We don't want width 33.3. Oh, yeah, we do on the anchor tag. And then we want it there. They wrap. Yeah, like this. And then I think that's going to look... 2 columns is going to look a lot better on an iPhone 12 mini. I guess we'll also decrease the image size as well. Yeah, so on an iPhone mini, it's going to look like this. And at this point, I think we've done it. I think like we could talk about this all day, but I think this looks good to me. Because if you look at an iPhone 12 Pro, it has a little bit more spacing. And then on a Galaxy S20, that looks fine too. And then on desktop, it's a 3-column layout. What do you all think? Do you hate it? Do you hate that I removed the CSS grid? I think people absolutely hate that I removed the CSS grid. It's never going to be more than 3 columns. This looks broken here, but it's not broken on my screen. So even on a 4K screen, this is what it's going to look like. What about 320 pixels? Let's see. Yeah, so now we're going to go make the descriptions shorter, which should make this look less weird. But if we look at a device... Yeah, I mean, and even this isn't horrible, right? I don't know who has a 200 pixel wide device, but this is what it would look like on a 200 pixel wide device. Yeah, so right now we're gonna go shorten this text. Oh, watches. Who looks at my website on a watch? If I'm on an ultra wide screen, it should be on 1 row. Yeah, the text size is not changing. No, we're keeping the text size. Wait, who visits websites on a watch? Is that really a thing? But now let's think about no more than 3 words. Follow on Twitter, subscribe on Twitch, follow on GitHub, join the Discord, view the schedule, read the FAQs, ask questions, subscribe to the mailing list, search videos, show your support, view my gear, subscribe to the mailing list is too long. I guess I could just say, yeah, newsletter. It wraps, but I'm okay with that. Cool. Also, how do we feel about this? What would you say if I were to do this? Now give it a second. Give it a second to before you make any have any rash opinions. Because it is kind of my branding to do all uppercase. Timon says no. It's less readable. Yeah, you're probably right. Damage Looper likes. I mean, I like it, but I do understand humans read easier like this. Also, people with dyslexia, it's harder. Yeah. The text is yelling at me? Okay. But now if I do this, I need to make sure that I have the correct capitalization. I guess I could actually do text transform capitalize. So every word is capitalized, but I don't like capitalizing the word the or to or my gear. Did I write GitHub wrong? Follow on GitHub? What do you mean? How does it look on mobile landscape? Oh, yeah, I didn't even check that. It should look fine. It'll look like this. So if we look at an iPhone 12 mini, rotated sideways, it'll look like this. Oh, it's GitHub with a capital H? Okay. Okay. But at this point, I'm just going to manually capitalize these because I don't want the word on to be capitalized. Join on Discord. View the schedule. Read the FAQs. Ask questions. Subscribe to the newsletter. Search videos. Show your support. View my gear. And then we can just remove the text transform. Wow. All right, so I've been live for 2 hours at this point, but look at the improvements. It's pretty good, right? 10 out of 10. Yeah, if you look at what it looks like right now, this is it. Right now it's super boring. The whole thing, I think we made some solid improvements here. Yeah. 2 hours. We fixed a width issue and added a slide animation. Yeah, actually, that's one thing we wanted to do. So right now, we have manual keyframes. I can get rid of this at this point. Love it, ship it. Thank you, Mark. I'm sorry I got rid of all your fancy clamp CSS stuff, but was it you that was suggesting all of that? Or was it the other Mark? There's multiple Marks, aren't there? It was you. It's got to be you, right? Am I going crazy? Opinions on TRPC, it's cool. It's cool. I think if you're using like Next.js and stuff like that, it makes sense. The other full stack frameworks, a lot of them have built-in ways of doing full stack type safety, but not that Mark. The other Mark. Cool. Your name is Mark too. I bet there's a lot of people named Mark. Yeah, Timon, I'm not opposed to that, but what I do want to do before we go, oh yeah, we didn't test in Chrome. It should work in Chrome. We're not doing anything crazy. Oh, Electrothermal, your name is Mark too? Oh, hi, Mark. This looks good. This looks good. I'm happy with what we did today. It also reminds me of like how websites used to try and emulate like an iPhone launch screen. I wasn't really trying to do that. It just ended up looking that way. What about Safari? Let me try. Yeah, we're not doing anything crazy. It works in Safari too. The other thing is, we also mentioned that with Internet Explorer, no. we could move the images more and make that transition last longer. Like this. Yeah, a dedicated mobile website where you get redirected. I mean, really, this is kind of just like mobile first design. Like the site looks good on mobile to begin with. Yeah, so now it has even more of an animation here. Cool. But right now we manually created an appear animation and a fade in animation. But we're in Svelte, so we shouldn't do that. Svelte has built-in animations. Like this. So they have this fly in. So we should actually be using this instead of the manual transition there. Mark only Discord. all the marks show up. Fade in. Oh, fade in and fly. Wow. Fly. Wow. Wait, is there a poll that says, is your name Mark? That's funny. All right, we want to use these. So let's try it. In our component, we can import these animations like so. And then on the element itself, we can do this number. And it fades out. So the elements that we want to do this to are each of these anchor tags. Oh, here's the issue. I now have to add it to every single anchor tag or refactor this so that I have an object or an array with images and text and then iterate over that array. Yeah, turn it into a JSON file. I don't want to do it. It's going to be really manual. I mean, we could probably come up with a regular expression. Honestly, let's try writing a regular expression. Let's do this. If I can write a regular expression to turn this into a JSON object, I will do it. Let's see. Okay, so we have these anchor tags. Every anchor tag has an href, an image, and some text. We want to turn this into a JSON object with 3 properties: href, image URL, image alt text, so 4 properties: image alt text, and text. So if we do a ask ChatGPT, okay, now that is what we use AI for, right? Let's ChatGPT it. ChatGPT is at capacity right now. That's really funny though. Write 10 jokes about the status of ChatGPT. I heard that the ChatGPT servers are slow because they're trying to teach the AI how to be patient. Is this an open source ChatGPT? Convert this HTML into a JSON object with href properties, with href, image URL, image alt, and text properties. No worries, Trips. Yeah, and it's not a dumb question. We don't believe in dumb questions around here. Just dumb people. No, that's a joke. This is HTML and CSS, but it's running inside of Svelte, which is just it's a framework. I shouldn't have even made that joke. I'm sorry. Svelte is a front-end framework that allows you to build websites. And so it's like meta, right? Like if you weren't using Svelte, you would just be using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But Svelte, it's really meta. So it's like, it kind of looks like we are writing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but it does some extra stuff for us. But so that's what we're writing, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's still down. All right, we're going to regex this. I've never done a multi-line regular expression, though, so we'll see. So now the language that we're writing is known as a regular expression. So a regular expression allows you to select text that has a specific pattern. So if you look at all of this text, basically we have a link that has an href, we have an image that has a URL and an alt text, we have some text here. So we want to write a regular expression that matches each of those things because this pattern is repeated multiple times, right? Every single thing is an anchor tag with an href, an image tag, and some text. So I want to write code that selects those pieces out to turn it into a consumable format. Can I do a multi-line regex? I want to find. So find anything. So this literally selects the entire page. Find anything followed by the term href followed by double quotes, and then I want to select the thing inside of the quotes. So I'll put parentheses right here. So if I did this, here's what I could do. I could say find all of those and then replace it with an object that has an href property that is $1, because $1 is the matcher inside of there, and then put a comma on it. So if I do this, look at that. It gives us a bunch of objects that have that basically we turn that anchor tag into an object. But that's just step one. So that's just one thing we want to do. Followed by anything else, followed by a new line, and then I want you to find the alt text. Yeah, multi-cursors could work. Let's try to do a regular expression. So find the alt text inside of here. And then we want to replace that with, I need a dot star after the /in. Oh yeah, good call. Good call. So we're getting there. But then find the alt text, and so then we could replace this with image alt, and that's going to be $2 because that's our next matching group. Oh, we're getting there, right? So we've got image alt. Okay. Now we want to select the image source. So the alt text followed by anything followed by src, and then we want to grab inside the source right here, like that. And then in our object, we'll put image URL, and that's going to be $3. That followed by 0 or more of anything, followed by a new line, followed by this text, and that's going to be another group, which will be the inner text, followed by 0 or more of anything with an anchor tag like this. But I need to escape this anchor tag. Invalid regular expression. Do I not need to escape that? Yeah, and you're right. There's a tab in front of the text. So new line followed by a tab. Have we done it? I don't know. Let's see. So we have image URL, and then we should have label. And that's going to be $4. No results. Yeah, I think you're right, Codex. So instead of a tab, we want 0 or more white space. And really, we could do 1 or more white space, because there's always going to be white space. So the plus sign is 1 or more white space, followed by the thing, followed by a new line. Oh, the other slash. You're right. Backslash. Followed by a new line, followed by an anchor tag. We've done it. Okay, so we have our href, we have our alt text, we have our image URL, and we have our label. Wow, easy. Thank you, Mark. But I'll show you the reason that we did this. Basically, we took that markup and turned it into data. Here, I'll I'll share this regular. This is ridiculous. But I'll share this with you. Things.regex. Actually impressed. I'm impressed with myself too. But that's the tweet that regular. You're totally right. You're totally right. That's tweet worthy. But now that we've converted that markup into data, watch what we can do. We can take this data, put it into a variable, call it links, like this, and now let's format it. Svelte. Yeah. So now we have all of that markup represented as data, and then we can iterate over it. I guess the one thing I didn't consider is if it's an external link, we want to add this. I'll just do that manually. I'll just. Actually, no, I could do this. So if in the repeat in the markup, we can say if the href begins with HTTPS, add this here. Okay, so basically now what we can do is we can do a little each block. So this is built into Svelte. We have each. Each, please. I never remember the. I'll get there. I think like we're about to write all kinds of Svelte every Friday. So. Oh, I had it right. I was just missing some stuff. Each. So each links as link, like this. Okay? And then I want something that looks like this. So every single one gets repeated. And then the href is just going to be right here, link.href. And then the alt text is going to be link.image alt. And then the image source is going to be link.image URL. And then this is link.label. Okay, so at this point, I think the only difference is for these external ones. Is this right here? Here. But now, I can take all of these links and just delete them, right? So we took that markup, converted that markup into data, and now we're using that data to dynamically create each of these links like this. And yeah, what put it in a span? I'm not opposed to that. What does it mean to be atomic? Okay, just like that, now the page should work exactly the same way. So like, it just works. Look at that. First try. So like, the only issue now is for some of the links, we want them to open in a new tab. But yeah, so this will be search engine optimized because when we build this website, it turns it into static stuff. So if you go to my currently deployed website, coding.garden, and you look at it, it's literally HTML. Because I'm using SvelteKit static adapter. So it's taking this code that we wrote and turning it back into HTML before I deploy it. ARIA atomic attribute indicates whether assistive technologies will present at all or only parts of the changed region. Okay, how would I use this, Timon? add an index prop, and then they could dynamically animate in. Yeah, but I'll say the. Do we have an example of this? Do I just put aria atomic true on the span? Is that what you're saying? Like this? And then that just makes it so screen readers know that they should read the text, or it goes on the entire link. Oh, so the image and text are combined into a single item for the screen reader. That makes sense. So when the screen reader comes across this thing, it's going to read the alt text and then the text there. Okay, the whole reason I did this is because now I want to use svelte animations. Oh yeah, so there's a couple more edits or a couple more updates we need to do. But the whole reason we did this is now I want to be able to add this prop on each one to animate it without CSS. So right now we're animating this appear with 200 pixels translate Y, and so I can get rid of that, and I can also get rid of the CSS that animates it. So appear, we're doing it over 1 second, and so now in the markup we do it 1 second. So this should behave the same way. It doesn't. I need to fix it. It should behave the same way so that it flies in via the Y. What did I do wrong? Yeah, so it's imported at the top of the file. It's not conditionally rendered, though. Is that the issue? It's like visible on page load. This would be really weird if I had to do this. We could create a variable called link visible, and then this is just set to true. But instead of just immediately setting it to true, we could do it like this. Because I'm also doing visible, I'm doing a similar thing for these animations at the top. I'm not so yeah, instead of the set timeout, I should use on mount, which comes from Svelte. They're just appearing. Why is that? Do I need the out? I guess I need the out. If that's the case, do I not need this fancy little, well, not fancy, honestly, it's hacky to have to do this little if statement here. I still need the if statement for whatever reason. Feels hacky, but that just seems to be the way that it works. But yeah, that was the issue. We need to conditionally render it so that it's hidden by default and then it comes into view. Cool. So that's great. I think Oscar mentioned this. We should put this JSON not in the component. We should put this in a in a separate file and like import it in. Quick stretch. Oh, good call, Josh. Because these links will never disappear, right? They're all. I shouldn't need an out. Well, I'm in the process. So, let's in lib new file links.json links.js JSON. Oof. It's not JSON though. Is there an easy way to convert this to JSON in double quotes? I'll just do this. I don't feel like converting it. Then it'll just be a JS file or a TypeScript file. Regular expression. I'm good. I've reached my regular expression limit for today. ChatGPT was down earlier when we tried it. This is fine because now I can just import from this file. So now I can import links from $lib/links.ts. And now the links actually exist and they show up. Beautiful. But what Josh was saying is instead of doing in, if I just do fly, that's not valid. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Cool. Okay. So instead of in, if I just do transition, fly, and then this. Is AR taking our jobs? No, it's just going to make our jobs a whole lot easier. That's it. That's it. Then I don't need the out. Great. All right. The other thing I need to do is if the link starts with HTTPS, make it open in a new tab. So I actually want target to be if link.href.starts with HTTPS, then open in a new tab. Otherwise, open in this tab. Can you add an embedded if statement in the anchor tag? I could set the target in the JSON data. I just didn't want to. And then rel. I guess it doesn't matter. This can just be no opener, no follow. But I think even for target self, that's not going to break anything. But now, if I click Twitch, it opens in a new tab. But if I click schedule, it opens in the current tab. That's what we want. Cool. I think we've done it, right? I think we've done it. Great segue to a broken calendar. Yeah, I mean, it technically works. I don't like, I mean, this looks better than our current one, which is this one. Like, it looks better, but I think there's some styling issues I want to work out. Like this highlighted color, I don't like. Yeah. Let's try it. That's one last thing I'll do. So yeah, two questions. So Josh is saying the SEO having no opener, no follow. I have no idea. I was under the impression that this just has to do with when you click a link. When you click the link, the browser will work on your behalf. So if I do open in a new tab, no opener is a security precaution, because if you don't include that, then the page that you just opened actually has access to window.opener, and it can do things to the page that just opened it. And then no follow is like a there's a privacy thing, because it'll add a follower. No followers for the crawl. Let's look at this. And Chiago, what's up? We are working on my website, coding.garden. SEO, no follow. What is no follow in SEO? Is that really the case? Let's look at there's a really popular article on Target blank no opener. This one. There's also a no follower, no refer. Okay, yeah. So I don't want no follow. I want no refer. And what did my code look like before? I had no refer. Okay, I didn't have no follow. I had no refer. You're totally right, Josh. Thank you for catching that. Because if I had no follow, then the search engine wouldn't click those links. But right now, like if you search for Coding Garden on like DuckDuckGo, it has the pages listed here. This is another bug we should fix, though. So like right now, every page has the same description. Okay, we fixed the horizontal scroll. We need to add a few links. We fixed the columns. We didn't add a filter yet, but what we also want to do is add description meta to each page. We'll work on that next. Because, well, no, I mean, we need to add these links. The only issue with adding these links is I need to create the icons, but... the no opener and no follow attributes are HTML tags used to control the behavior of certain links on a web page. The no opener attribute tells the browser to open the link in a new window without giving it access to the current page's window. The no follow attribute tells search engines not to follow links or pass any page rank from the current page to the link data. Yeah, so I do want follow. I wanted no refer. Refer is the security thing. Yeah, Timon, let's do that. Well, let me commit and push this code, and then I'll take a look. Yeah. So I want no follow. Okay. Am I missing anything? I feel like we got extremely sidetracked. I think I need to tweet. One thing I need to do is I need to tweet this regular expression. I don't want no follow. I don't. I want no refer, not no follow. Good point, Josh. Good point. I mean, we can do that today. That's going to be easy enough. Literally just disable animations. For, what's it called? Reduce motion. Is reduce motion a new thing? Like, is there, is that, web browsers have made that an option now? All right, padding. I want way less padding. Like this. And like this. And then, do you want people to be able to reach your Instagram or TikTok? Yeah, that's on the list of things to do. We need to add those links. I want the padding? Okay. Oh no. Oh no. let me remove my local storage settings. Does that make it 4:3? Really, I'm gonna combine these two images though. Like this. I like SETI. That's fine. Let me export this. And then I will show what I converted it to. So we want a new one. It's going to be a little bit of a white lie in the tweet because we technically converted it into a single line object. It doesn't look as cool though. Yeah, because then it wraps. We can update the regular expression though. We could here check it, because this is what we did. We wrote this regular expression, and that worked. But we could. The replacer could have done new line tab. Liar. New line tab. New line tab. New line tab. Like that. Huh? Huh? Best scandal. I don't think emote spacing is fixed. All right, I want to export this. Wait. It's not giving me syntax highlighting. Does it know that this is JavaScript? I guess that's what I want. How do I make it square? We're just watching me make a tweet. It was fun though. This was a really fun moment in the stream when people just flipped out that this regular expression worked. That was a really fun moment. So we're gonna share it with the Twitter. The creative process. How do I? Is there a way to make it square? Ooh, I like that. We'll go with that. You don't like the yellow? 531 by 456. A lot of you don't like the yellow. I thought it looked cool. We could do coding garden green. And yeah, now that it's a square, we can increase the font size. Well, not that. Much better. How do I increase the font size? I don't think I can. Font size name? Ooh, we could use an Anonymous Pro too. That's my font. Nice. Nice. This seems fine, right? Is this a square? Let's just look like just use Figma. Let's just see what this looks like on Twitter really quick, because it'll give us a preview, I'm pretty sure, of the thumbnail. Yeah. It's gonna end up looking like this. Also, we want multiple images though, because I want to show the HTML as well. Looks good, but oof. Well, I guess we do want it to auto adjust width. And then we can tell it to be HTML. Carbon just lets you make nice little scream. You stole the regex and tweeted it? That's fine. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Are you going to sort it? Nice, Baldy. Mystery solved. I've never heard of CodeSnap. The thing is, now if I want this to be a square, I got to do something like that. Then it's like way less readable. Are people going to click on this anyways? Does this seem all right? Honestly, we could tweet it, and if it doesn't look good, I'll just delete the tweet. Oh, I like that, Josh. Make it a thread. Yeah, why not? Threaded tweet is the regex and the image of the result. Yeah, I like that. How do you spell monstrosity? Should I put the regular expression into Carbon? Yeah, right? Let people copy it? Okay. Good call. Good call. So this is what it's going to look like. We wrote this monstrosity of a regular expression today to convert an HTML element into a JS object, and then we add a thread in the response to give us the replacer. The replacement and then we'll add the JS object. Does that make sense? Yeah, we got to be nice and social media engaging. what do you think this regular? I don't know. I don't know if I want to be if I want to do that. This isn't a regex though. This is a hashtag regex. That's Can you turn this HTML object into a JavaScript object with a regular expression? See thread for a solution. Yeah, you're right. We need to be social media-y, because then the thread will have the solution. The regex, the replacement. Okay, can you turn this HTML element into a JS object with with a regular expression? We did this today on stream. Answer in thread. And then you do the thread emoji, right? The thread and the point down. One out of 235. And then we have the regular expression, the replacement. How does this seem? Do we have any Twitter aficionados in the chat? Would you click this? Would you be engaged by this? What's that thing called? A regular expression license? Oh, I like that. Is ChatGPT down? No one to ask for regex help. Looks good to me. Okay. Regexlicensing.org. No regex license have been issued at this time. ChatGPT was down, so we did this today on stream. Answer in thread. JavaScript. Web dev. add a link as well. I'm not going to say I'm still live, but yeah. Twitch.tv/coding.garden. Cool. Put the image after the first paragraph. Can you move it? Ship it. Yeah, I shouldn't spend any more time on this. Any more hashtags? um, discard never posted. Is there a hashtag coding garden? I guess I could invent the hashtag coding garden, couldn't I? Oh yeah, VS Code too. Is it funny to do the why God why as a hashtag? Black magic. Should I put hashtags in? Should I put hashtags in the thread? No, we just did it inside of VS Code. So as you start writing it in VS Code, it shows you what it would select. So we just did that. All right, that's it. Here we go. I'm not going to think about it anymore. It doesn't matter that much. Like 2 people are going to look at this. Oh, I didn't do it. That's a nice tweet. Thank you, Limotes. Please engage. And also follow me on Twitter if you're not. All right, Timon, or Timon. Is this the issue you've been having? Cool. Okay. Is our site good now? I think it is. Let's commit what we have. That's what it was. Yeah, so there's schedule changes. Really all I need are this and this. And yeah, schedule page changes, and I don't know what the oh, because the package lock or in the package.json has the scheduling package. I use a lot of different things, Tomas, but yeah, we're using Svelte for this thing. Today we're working on my website. We made some nice adjustments. We these animations happen. We fixed the on hover animation. We fixed the column layout, and it also looks a little bit better on mobile now too. So that's what we've done today. And I'm about to help one of the mods, or give my opinion on one of the mods has a coding issue, so we're gonna help them out for a little bit. Now, cool. All right, Timon has a question. They have this ES build setup. What's up, Chuhing? Excuse me. I drank my water too fast. I have not created a custom mechanical keyboard. I just use the one that I bought. I haven't gotten into customizing keyboards yet. I know that can be pretty dangerous because it's like a never-ending hobby, like a lot of things. But this is the keyboard that I use. Okay, Timon, do you want to tell us what the issue here is? When I try to use Jest to test this file, it does not finish the second test. Works with clusters. Do you have a repo that we can clone to try and test it? If I were to clone this gist, do I have all the code that I need? No, I had this cut before I had a blue screen. It's invisible. So it works with clusters. You define a promise. You await that promise. And what you're saying is it does not finish the second test when it should be, because you're awaiting this promise and you're not resolving the promise until the worker exits. You can clone a gist. You absolutely can. Watch this. Watch me. Cloning into C. It has the commit name, which is weird. But, yeah, Josh has been around for a long time. The days of no blue screen. I mean, I used to have a green screen. Honestly, there were only a couple of streams before I ended up using a blue screen or a green screen. So, what's happening is the tests are ending before this test is done. And Timon wants to know why. And I have no idea. I'm not going to get a whiteboard. I guess I showed this at the beginning of the stream, but I just have an overhead cam on a piece of paper. You can see my hands. Don't look. Don't look. Just is timing out before finishing. Now with the box method, yeah. I showed this the other day. The perspective on the pin is interesting, isn't it? Yeah. So this is how I learned to do multiplication in school. And these days, there's the box method, which I learned about. So this is known as long multiplication because there's no carrying in this scenario, but if this were to have a carry, then you carry and then you add them all together. The box method, you draw a box and then you break down the numbers that you're multiplying. So this becomes 20 and 3 and 20 and 3, and then you solve each box. So 20 times 20 is 400. And 20 times 3 is 60. And 20 times 3 is 60. And 3 times 3 is 9. And then you add all of those up to get 529. So 400 plus 120 plus 9 is 529. Too much work. I mean, I was arguing that this is might be easier for kids to wrap their minds around, or for young mathematicians to wrap their minds around. Whereas this, you're like keeping some stuff in your head, and there's like more rules around like zeros and stuff. Yeah, less memory. I don't know. Have I read about the calculator method? What's up, Terawatt? And what's up, Hopeless Desire? We're just doing some Svelte today. And then this code, I think, is just TypeScript and JavaScript code. Is it easier to buy a graphic tablet and write in Paint than do an overhead setup? This was easy for me. Like, if you look at what I got going on here, let me turn the blur off. It's just a camera pointed at my desk. And I have plenty of cameras, so this was easy enough for me to set up. What if it's 3-digit multiplications? Then you have a 3x3 grid. So. Ooh, I like that, Terawatt. I mean, Timon, looking at it, this is how I was aware that jest works. In that if you pass it an async function, it should wait for the promise to finish. I think if it's timing out, then you might actually need to tell Jess that your tests are going to take longer than you expect it to. Because I think by default, there's like a maximum length of tests. Put time limit on Jest. How to set max timeout for Jest. Yeah, so this is probably what you want, Timon. Is like if you know that it's going to... I think the default timeout is like 3 seconds or 5 seconds, but if it's going to be longer than that, then you need to tell it that you know that it's going to be longer than that. That might be the issue. Or what Terawatt suggests, where you have the promise, and then right afterwards you could say expect it to resolve. Oh, interesting, Josh. Yeah, I had never heard of the box method. And what's up, Fast Wings? Welcome in. All of those keyboards you can find on my Gear website. They're all inexpensive Amazon keyboards. This is the one that I'm using right here. And then there's the Red Dragon keyboard, the E-Element. And then do I also have the other one? I don't have the other one on here, but I don't recommend it. It's this one. And the reason I don't recommend it is because it's a 60% keyboard where the arrow keys are multi-purpose. So the arrow keys are also like Alt and Control and like the question mark. And I don't like that because you have to press the function key if you want a slash or a question mark. Whereas this one is a 65% and it has dedicated keys and dedicated arrow keys. Why am I standing? So that I can be more active and I can point at the screen like this. Or like this. Oh. It's hard to do while sitting. Also keeps my energy up. I'm using Firefox as my web browser. 30 seconds, still times out. Somehow clusters do not work with Jest. Yeah, I don't know, Timon. I don't think I can help you because I haven't really worked with this before. I mean, the fact that you're spinning up a secondary thread, right? Because you're using workers. I don't know. I don't think I can help you. Oh, you're right. I'm using a new laptop. I got a new laptop. I need to update that. We'll do that today. But let's put that on the list of things to do. Update laptop on Gear page and FAQs. Samwise Gardner is a bot. Yeah. Yeah, I really do like... I mean, this keyboard does not have function keys, but I'm okay with that. So if you look at it, it just has a number row, and then there's a function key to turn those numbers into functions. I'm okay with that because I don't use function keys as often. But I like this one because it's portable, and then I have this case that it goes in, and then the keyboard fits right into my backpack. But you also, I don't use a numpad, a num keypad. This is my longer break. But if you do, you probably don't want a 65% keyboard. I haven't heard of the happy hacking keyboard. Do 10th degree polynomial division by hand, please. It would be very entertaining. I don't even know an example of what that is. Oh, I didn't even think about that. We could do all kinds of cool things. That's funny. Yeah. Call the done function. So if it's an async function, typically just knows to wait. But you could do that. I mean, I don't know if you've tried that, Timon, but if you put done right there, you can call done and also await the promise. But yeah. So you're refactoring from like class-based components to functional components? Is that what you're doing, Baldy? Either way, I don't have any advice. It's just gonna take like one component at a time, honestly. Make sure you have tests. That's all I can suggest. Yeah, I'll use function keys in VS Code for like renaming a variable and stuff like that. But yeah. No, I have an Osprey backpack, not sponsored, but they have the Osprey guarantee, and they're based in Colorado. I live in Denver, Colorado, United States. But this is the bag that I use, the Daylight Plus. But they have a literal lifetime guarantee. So any zipper issues or tears or anything, they'll fix it for free. I bought a used Osprey bag, and it had like a broken buckle. Literally just sent them an email, and then they mailed me the replacement part. So Osprey's pretty sweet. I'm not going to do that too. I'm not going to do that. I don't know Q21. It could have been auto mod. Okay, yeah. Sorry I couldn't help Timon, but I don't know. I've never tried testing with the cluster module before, so maybe there's something going on there. Yeah. I think Mukit, like so regardless of if anybody even reads your blog, practicing technical writing and practicing teaching what you've learned, you can't go wrong with that, right? So it's like, I mean, if you're writing the blog because you want to be an influencer and like have a lot of people read your blog, I think that's a less realistic goal. But if you're writing the blog to reinforce your learnings and also to have a place to keep track of the things that you've done and you've learned, I think that's totally fine in 2023. I've tried a split keyboard. I couldn't get used to it. I think the way that I learned to type, like I do the wrong thing, and so with a split keyboard, I couldn't get used to using my other hand for certain keys. But have I heard of VTest? Yes. Actually, yeah, Timon, VTest should be a drop-in replacement for Jest. So if you look at VTest, and then you look in their documentation, and you search for Jest expectations, compatibility, you can literally just have your test run with VTest, even if it looks like Jest code. So try VTest. Yeah. Yeah, and Jaicom is saying, you don't learn until you can teach the thing to a childlike person. Yeah. And Pluralsight, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. What were you working on? Learning Blazor components. Very cool. Welcome to the Coding Garden. My name is CJ, and we're just hanging out today. Chill codes. We made some updates to my website today, coding.garden. As you can see, it's a little bit ugly, but the updates that we made are nice. That's not even it. Here, I'll show you. Check it out. Ooh, look at those animations. And then we also animate the color on hover, and we fix the layout on mobile. So that's what I'm working on today. We have some other things that we're going to be working on. Yeah, I think we'll do this next. So one of the things you want to do to be accessible in your websites is there's actually a property you can look at called reduced motion. And if that is set to true, you can disable animations because it's an accessibility thing. There are certain people that do not want to see animations on the web because it might make them sick or could trigger epilepsy and seizures, that kind of thing. So we want to tap into this and disable animations. The font is inaccessible. Terawatt, it's my favorite font. Okay, I do agree though. Like typically for like text that people are reading, you actually want that to be. Typically, you want it to be a serif font because people with dyslexia, it's more easy. It's easier for them to differentiate the letters if you're using a serif font. But I really like this font. It's my branding. That's my favorite font. So this is Glacial Indifference, but it's like the free version of Futura Bold. Yeah. I guess we could try making it not bold. Let's see. Oh. I think the font literally is Glacial Indifference bold. Chris Paul says I'm dyslexic and that's a lie. I don't know if there's like different kinds of dyslexia, but I do know things like there's like the open dyslexic font, and the main idea behind this font is that it makes the letters easier to differentiate. Like letters that are side by side are easier to differentiate. So that's mine. I don't have dyslexia, but that's my understanding is people with dyslexia, it's easier to read this font. Also, like Comic Sans is easier for people with dyslexia to read because of the shapes of the letters and stuff. I guess technically you're right, because this is a sans serif font, but yeah, I believe fonts have been debunked by science. Okay, maybe I have outdated information then. Glacial Indifference has weights too, but Glacial Indifference isn't available on any like web font as far as I know, so I manually have it here. Oh, we have Glacial Indifference regular. Let's try it. So the anchored tags will have Glacial Indifference regular. Oh, that's the deployed website. That's nice. What do you all think? I think that's nice. That's way better, right? And Chris Paul, you have dyslexia. Is this better, easier to read than this? So this is the bold version, and then this is the regular version. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, and what's up, iRossum? I think it looks good. Yeah, we're making changes today. Blue light blocking has been debunked too. I didn't know that. Did not know that. I don't know, America 2050. I think like these days, so many people just reach for Google fonts, but serving them locally is just literally a matter of having the files in as static files, and then we register the font. So this is the registration of the font name, and it points at the different types of font files, and then those files just exist as static files in the fonts folder. And then if I want to use them, I use the name that I specify here. You could actually call them anything you want, but whatever you call them here, you use elsewhere to use that font. Yeah. Do I think it's worth it to complete the AWS Solutions Architect exam? I think if you're applying to work at companies that value that kind of thing, then absolutely. I personally don't have any certifications. And I've never taken any exams. The only thing I have is a computer science degree. But if you don't have a computer science degree, if you're trying to specialize, I think it could make sense. Better? Better? Cool. Yeah. Whose idea was it to change the font? It was yours, Terwatt, and I appreciate you. Bold on hover? Okay, the ad should be over now. Look kind of the same? Okay. How can I make ESBuild to not change variable names to variable I? That would have to do with minification. I've never even tried to customize ESBuild, but you might search for minification. I don't know if there's any settings on that. Okay, here's the other. I want to set this text of the grow your coding skills one day at a time. That needs to be glacial indifference regular. Wow. Did I just bold? Oh, because it's an H2. Does it have bold by default? This looks bolder than these. Oh well. Animations are too slow. I would have to change like 4 things on the page, so I'm not going to do that, Terawatt. But we are going to look into reduce motion. Does MDN have anything on this? It does. So prefers reduce motion. And so this is a CSS media feature that detects if the user requested the system minimize the amount of non-essential motion. And we can look at it on Can I Use to see who supports it. And it's supported everywhere except for IE, and nobody uses that anymore. So this is good. This is good. So what we're going to do is we're going to add the CSS here. Actually, are we even using fade in anymore? We are. We are. These 2 things are fading in. I can do transition fade. And then remove this. And then we'll look at the Svelte docs to see how to do, what are the options for animation. Local? Transition slide local. What does that do? Let's see. Motion tweened? What's up, Harstev? Welcome in. How to animate from height auto to some value smoothly using transitions. I feel like that's hard even outside of Svelte, right? Do I need the other is visible thing? That's unfortunate. I don't like this. I guess it makes sense that you have to go from not visible to visible. Call this page visible. And we'll reuse it. The other thing is that seems way less accessible because then the H1 on the page like isn't visible initially. Let's see. If page visible. Cool. Transition fade. Okay. That's good to know, Pranian. we had issues with that earlier because we had to go in and add the boolean. Boolean. So we set this to 2 seconds. This is a pipe. Yeah, this is a pipe. My editor just shows it as my editor shows it as it looks like a slash. Honestly, I should fix that. Yeah, it's not good. That's why I have an override on my styles here. So keyword logical. We need to also add keyword operator pipe. What's the what's the proper name for the keyword operator? I'm not getting autocomplete. So we have bitwise already. It's not capturing it though. Does anyone know how to pull open the dev tools in VS Code? Toggle developer tools. This might have blown your mind if you didn't know you could do like VS Code is literally a Chromium web browser. It doesn't tell us here. MTKI, MTKB. VS Code, syntax, highlighting, operator pipe. Yeah, we're down the rabbit hole, but we're allowing ourselves to go down rabbit holes today because it's a chill stream. So I'm not apologizing. It'd be really nice if I could just get autocomplete on this. I guess the other thing is we could look at the source code for the theme that I use, which is called Just Black. VS Code Just Black. This one. This is what I use. It probably has 66,000 downloads. Half of those are because I use it, and then people like my theme. I think we have too much to do today, Oscar. Where's the code? Here it is. Thanks, Mike the Tree Climber. I feel like 90% of people like the theme. I get comments every now and then that are like, your code has way too much contrast. Oh, let's target the whole darn thing. Like that. I feel like this is duplicate, right? Yeah, this is duplicate. And then this is all, why do I have duplicate? And this is also duplicate, right? Oh, thank you, Caesar. I'll have to take a look at that. But I think I got it. Why did I repeat myself so many times? It's backup. It's just backup. Wow. That's really all we want. All right. Okay. So if I do inspect editor tokens and scopes. Meta tag start. Here we go. Punctuation separator svelte. Here we go. Punctuation separator. We found it. Thank you, Caesar. Caesar helped us out with that. We did it. We did it. we got rid of the thing. Though all of our, does it work for all operators now? If thing or thing. Yeah. Yeah. Because that before we had to overwrite that individually. Yeah, it's good to know. Thank you, Caesar. Caesar probably develops VS Code extensions because I've never done that before, but it's cool that you can do inspect editor tokens and it tells you like what's happening here. You have a fear of data structures and algorithms. What should you do? Practice. Practice. Yeah. Exposure therapy. Just do all the data structures and algorithms that you can, because all you have is time. So just practice. All right, that rabbit hole is done. Now, did this actually work? Did the local thing work? What's up, Nishark? I don't. Oh yeah, no worries, Pronian. Maybe it's something that we can look into, because this is what I want to avoid, right? Like, I don't want to have the if statement here. I want it to transition on page load. Oh, I wish. No worries, Caesar. Local transitions. Ordinarily, transitions will play on elements when any container block is added or destroyed. In the example here, toggling the visibility of the entire list also applies transitions to individual list elements. Instead, we'd like transitions to play only when individual items are added or removed. We can achieve this with the local transition. Okay, that's maybe not quite what you were thinking. Because then it becomes... wait, oh, and then show me. So without it, with it, the whole thing. That's not quite what we want. What's my experience with wireless keyboards? This one works really well. So this one, the other nice thing about this keyboard is it has Bluetooth wireless and 2.4 gigahertz wireless. So you can pick and choose. Right now I'm just using it wired, but this one seems to work fine. Bluetooth seems more reliable. It also depends on where you're at, because if you're using the 2.4 gigahertz wireless, you could get interference if you have a lot of like Wi-Fi networks around you. And it would be older Wi-Fi networks, because 2.4 gigahertz is like the older standard, whereas now most Wi-Fi networks, or a lot of them, are 5 gigahertz. But a lot of old devices still need 2.4 gigahertz. So you could be dealing with interference in whatever office or home that you're in. So yeah, if you're using, let me clarify. If you're using this little dongle, this is 2.4 gigahertz, and that could have radio interference with like Wi-Fi networks. If you're using Bluetooth, I'm not going to pretend like I know the frequencies, but I think it's like lower frequency. Bluetooth doesn't interfere with Wi-Fi. But if you're in a place with a lot of Bluetooth, is it though? Is it 2.4 gigahertz? Are you sure about that? Bluetooth low energy is definitely a different frequency. Regardless, you could be dealing with interference. Yeah, that's the tricky thing is like all of the, and that's why I have a 2.4 gigahertz network is like all of my smart devices can only connect to 2.4 gigahertz. Like all of the ESP devices. Bluetooth is 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. Today I learned. Huh. So, okay, I don't know what I'm talking about then. Don't listen to me. Isn't Bluetooth slower? Not that I could tell. It also depends on distance. Like, how far away are you from your machine? Yeah, I mean, and that could be the issue. Cytronic is it's basically just interference. You can get an app on your phone that like will show you all of the Wi-Fi networks around you and like show you what channels they're on and stuff like that. So yeah. And Electrothermal says just swap to 6 gigahertz, no interference. Yeah, is that the Wi-Fi E? Is that the new letter? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Harsh? We are in a rabbit hole right now. Are we? No, yeah. So we're trying to fix our animations to load on page load. But it doesn't look like Svelte supports that because this issue is people wanting the feature, but it doesn't exist yet. So yeah. Bluetooth and Wi-Fi were invented by the Dutch. Nice. Nice. Move the logic out of markup. What? Where does element come from? Oh, we define a variable. Oh, so it's like a ref. Yeah, so we're refing it. I see what you mean, American 2050. We could actually use this to prevent ourselves from having to do the if block. Because then we can just animate everything in here. And instead of on animate, this would be on page load. Interesting. Isn't a streamer saying don't listen to me counterproductive? No, I'm honest. Like, I'll tell you what I know. I was under the impression that Bluetooth used a different frequency range, but apparently it doesn't. Yeah. They mentioned that's a feature that they would like. You can see that it hasn't been merged in yet. It's not a thing yet. Right? Am I wrong? Yeah, I don't have any suggestions. I've been using the same Wi-Fi router for a few years. I don't even have a 6E router yet. I'm using A and N. We do be refing it. It's an element ref. What else would you call that? Are you sure about that, Josh? No, this is a duplicate. It never got... This adds it. Oh! Will that work with SvelteKit? The thing is with SvelteKit, I don't think I even have an app component. I have this. I'm spending way too much time on this, honestly. Okay, so this isn't gonna work. I think I need to do this, and then I'll just put it in an if block. That's fine by me. I miss some chats, but I'm getting to the point where I can't get distracted anymore. Okay, and then we'll do this. Oh, I guess I could just put these both in there. That's what I want to see. That's too much of a delay, though. We'll go like a little bit after that. Oh no! What happened? Our seedlings aren't growing anymore. What did we do wrong? Ew. So they only sometimes grow? Did you see that? Did you see that? Well, it works now. What? Beautiful. Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that didn't start happening. It has been doing that? Are you sure? Look. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's look how I'm even doing this. So I have like the parens. I am using Svelte animations here. Why not pure CSS? Because we're in Svelte. Honestly, it was working with pure CSS. Now I'm kicking myself because, yeah. Local did nothing. Yeah, I actually don't need it. So this is the deployed website. The fact that it only happens every now and then is killing me. Like, that's a weird bug, right? Like, the fact that that just worked, but then, okay, and then that worked. And then what if I do a hard reload? That works. Yeah. That's what I'm curious about. Like, if I load this page, am I missing my header now on the server-side render? Because that's bad, if so. Let's see. Let's see. Let's look at the built version of the site. Because if the built version of the site does not pre-render the home page, that's real bad. Yeah, that's horrible. The pre-rendered site doesn't have a header in it. Ew. Ew. Honestly, that makes me want to do everything in pure CSS at this point, because now the links aren't there. We have to do this with pure CSS. We can't do it with the svelte way, because if we do it the svelte way, we lose search engine optimization. We lose the pre-render. Yeah, so that works. And then if we build it, so the built version is a completely static version of the site. So now if we look at the build, it should have our headers in there. It should have our H1 and our H2. And it does. See, now it has the H1 and the H2, which is what we want for search engine optimization, and then also just for like accessibility. Like the screen reader shouldn't have to wait for the animations to play out. And then we're going to do the same thing with the links. We're going to do the same thing with the links because I want those to be embedded in the page. I don't want them to be missing from the pre-rendered site. And then we're not using that anymore. This is okay because this visible is just for the logos, and it's okay if the logos aren't pre-rendered. But now we need to go back and add the fly-in keyframe. Mark, can you send me the keyframes that you sent me earlier? It's true codex, but I don't like the fact that the content is missing from the pre-rendered page. It shouldn't have to be dynamically added by JavaScript. I think it's totally, because I think this is the other accessibility issue is if we disable animations, the content would have been added like immediately anyways. Okay, so transform translate y 300 pixels. Regex to convert JSON to HTML? Oh, like the reverse? I would just, at that point, I would write a script that iterates over the JSON to create elements. Okay, now we want to animate these. So animation, fly in, 1 second, ease in, out. That's what we want. So now that is only handled by CSS, and if we pre-render the site, all those links should now be in the HTML itself. Not that. Build. You're right, Mike the Tree Climber. That would have been easier to get back to that old code. But now, this is what I like to see, because the pre-rendered version includes all of these links. Which is cool. 700 views on the tweet so far? Do we have good engagement? Let's see. I got 3 comments. That's fun. What even is SSR? I don't know, but you know what really grinds my gears? People have re-opted the term SSR. Like they've changed what it used to mean. So like SSR stands for server-side rendered. And when you think about like an Express app that has like handlebars or EJS, to me that is server-side rendered. And now they're calling that a multi-page app, and it's not server-side rendered unless it's, I don't know. They've repurposed the term. Because when I talk about SSR, I'm talking about the classic server-side rendering, even like with like what's common in like PHP. Handlebars. All right, we've reached feature parity, but one thing we can do is now we're back at the point where we want to have this media query. Because what we can do is we can say, yeah, we have it right here. So if the user prefers reduced motion, then we actually want to disable the fade in animation on the list. Actually, let's just do this. Everything gets animation none if they prefer reduced motion. That should fix it. Now we're more more accessible. How do I disable reduced motion? Can I do it in the DevTools? Yeah, and that's why I'm mentioning that. I watched his video this morning, and also like the write up from Kinsey Dodds, and like a lot of other stuff from popular people in the community, and they've repurposed the term SSR. Now they say MPA, which is multi-page app. But I don't know. Isn't it better to make the transition relative to the view height? Probably, yeah, because right now it's just going to always be 300 pixels. I don't know. It's fading in too, so I don't think it's the end of the world. Mac system preferences? Command Shift P. That opens up a private tab in Firefox. In the DevTools? Now I'm in the DevTools. All right, let me just try it in Chrome. All right, now tell me what to do, Terawatt. Yell it louder. I guess I could have Googled it. I don't know why I just wait on Twitch chat to tell me how to do things. Emulate CSS prefers reduced motion. Does it go away on reload? Yeah, I'll just do it in system settings. Let me see. Accessibility, display, reduce motion. All right. Do I need to reload the browser? Maybe I've just done it wrong. Maybe because now I have reduce motion in my settings. but when I refresh, it still has it. Triple dots, rendering. Prefers reduce motion reduce. Okay. So it's set. It's just the media query isn't working. Maybe I did the media query wrong. Should I use Bun, Node.js, or Go for a reverse proxy for hiding another REST API? Use Nginx or whatever that Go one is. Is Caddy the Go one? But don't use Node for a reverse proxy. Did I do this media query wrong? Did I? Okay, let's, instead of targeting everything, let me try targeting the thing that I want to turn the animation off of. There we go. That did it. So yeah, probably, yeah, it was specificity. You're totally right about that, Mark Boots. Yeah, there's a link list in our CSS. And then similarly, we want to turn it off for the H1 and the H2. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think the animation should be way faster. It just feels more modern when I don't get the feeling that I have to wait for the site to load. Yeah, other people have had that opinion. I'm not opposed to it. Let's reduce everything by half and see how that feels. The logos can still animate. Because there's no actual information in there. I guess, no, you're totally right, though. People that prefer reduced motion don't want to see it at all. So I can get behind that. Honestly, let's put this in our global CSS and then use the dreaded important. Nice. That's what I want to see. Reduced motion does not equal no motion. I see what you're saying. So instead of just disabling the animations, we should increase the timing so that it's less. I don't know, but you tell me, Josh, because I mean, you're the one that mentioned your wife or partner prefers reduced motion. So how would she like to look at this website? Like with no animations at all? Is that the preference? Or I guess I can't even think about what it would mean to not to not do that. Like, I don't know. The slide-ins, she would nix. The logos don't really move, just fade and are subtle. I see. So the thing going like this, they don't like that. But animations, or sorry, fade in, fade out is okay. All right. I'm okay with just turning it off. I'm okay with turning it off. Because then I have to think less about like, okay, let's animate it less of a distance or decrease the timing. So yeah, okay, so let me turn animations back on. See you later, Mark. Thank you for hanging out. So accessibility, display, do not reduce motion anymore. Let's see. Nice. We're back. We're back. But let's reduce the length. So the list items we're going to half it, and then the header, we'll half it. Yeah. I think and that's what I'm thinking, Electrothermal, because it could be that some people just want to see less animation, but if you just disable it altogether, because there will be people that don't want to see animation at all. So, how's that? Does that feel snappy? Everyone look, look, look. Or faster. Smooth. Faster than this, or is this good? Wishmaster says better. Better? The distance from the icons should be less, meaning they shouldn't travel so far. Like that. The more I look at it, the more that I think I'm a reduced motion guy. Cool. And then people are saying increase the animation of the logos, or increase the speed of that animation. The main issue is that is timed to be this. So if I make it faster, then it doesn't line up anymore. I guess there's no sound on the website, so that doesn't really matter. No, the stream isn't over. No. Let's just see what it feels like, but I might leave it the way it is. At the end of the day, this is my website. I get to choose. This is the issue. I'm going to have to change it in like 4 different places because the inner seedling grows over a certain time and then the fade in. Wait. Add MIDI to my website. For the effort it would take, it looks good to me. All right, let's half it. I'm not opposed to halving it. So that's the curly. The parentheses comes first. So it has no delay, or delay of 500. Smiley face, thank you for the resub. That was weird. Okay. Delay 250. And then duration 1500. It feels rushed. Well, let's just see real quick. See it in full effect. 50. Should have made them global variables. Yeah, I could like it would have been better to pass a prop down to these components. I like I like Svelte. I've used it before. This is for the Friday project. This is going to be my first time really working heavily with SvelteKit. I like it. I think that's better. You all tell me, but I think it's good. And then if we reduce motion, instant load. Perfect. All right, this is it. I'm gonna stop worrying about it now. I think it's good. Before is greater than now. You can't please everyone. I don't feel like editing it again. We're gonna leave it the way it is. All right, I need to add some links, but I feel done. I feel like I've been live for 3.5 hours. I will do this. I'm going to add the description meta to each page. This will be something we can learn from SvelteKit. Because if you look at my website in a search engine result, you can see that this hosted by Coding.garden, this is the description of the homepage, but that description is also on the videos page and the gear page and everything else. So I want to have custom descriptions on those pages. So if we look at SvelteKit, there's probably like a meta tag we can add, which will change the description for that specific page. Meta. Insight Svelte head. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll have to fix all of those. But we'll go one folder at a time. So for example, calendar. I don't know, Acid Spark. I haven't even I've never tested that. Like, how long does it take to update? No idea. So we want this svelte head attribute, this. Meta description? Do we have the meta tags in here? Where even are the meta tags? They're here. Oh, cool. I didn't know that was a thing, Josh. I'll have to do that. This is the calendar page. So the meta should be live stream schedule. That. It's just that. But if we go to calendar and we look at the meta of this rendered page, it's not updated. It's probably because we're in dev, but I think if we run the build, it's smart enough to update the meta for that individual page. There's probably a plugin to do that, Procrastinating Watching CJ, but I don't know if it does it by default. Okay, this didn't work. Oh, because we're on calendar instead of schedule. Right now, the code is duplicated. Right now. Good morning, Mark. Good morning. But here's actually what I need to do is I need to redirect. That's the issue. This redirects to the schedule page. And then the schedule page has the content there set. The thing is, it might change it dynamically, but I don't like that. This should. I guess I'm not gonna worry about it for now. But like, if we look at the source of this, then I think it did. No, it's not even working. Oscar mentioned remove it from app. This should overwrite it. Even dynamically, this should overwrite it. I mean, what we could do is now just move that into our page in here. So right here, if we do svelte head, it adds it at the bottom. And then it doesn't have it at all. In app.html, I do. It's here. Let's try one more time with the build. Because I wasn't looking at the bottom of the head. And then we want this. It adds it dynamically. Or it should anyways. Yeah, see, it adds it dynamically with JavaScript, but the rendered version of the page doesn't seem to have it. Oh well. Oh well. I am still just gonna go add this on all the pages. Hopefully. The OG tags would be useful as well. I'll add those another day. Yeah, commands. All the commands you can use in Twitch chat. Read this again. Are you telling me to read the manual? Yeah, see you later, Josh. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate all the input as well. Well, let's just do this, and then we'll deploy. Join the Coding Garden Discord. Unhead? Is this a completely different framework? Are you suggesting that I stop using SvelteKit? I'm just going to assume that it's going to work. The Mark Discord? I get it. I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Frequently asked questions. And then this should just be a redirect to that page. Same thing. Gear. Do we have a meta head section? Unhead is framework agnostic? I still don't want to click that link. All the gear coding garden uses toString. Pledge. Become a patron. Privacy policy. Welcome back, Pablo. I think I'm gonna end soon. I'm gonna make a few more updates, deploy the site, and then I'll be done. What were the other things we wanted to do today? Email styling. We didn't fix that. Oh, man. Oh no. Oh no. Oh well. I haven't. Let me take a look, Pablo. Send me a link. I'll never use it. What does it do? Balance the text inside an HTML node. Oh, nice, Programmer Jeff. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for saying hey in the chat. Oh, that's nice, Pablo. Yeah, I mean, we potentially could have used that on the homepage. Oh no! Oh, the site's down. Okay, I was like, it's not running. We potentially could have used it here, but then we just opted to rewrite the text. But I like that. So basically, it makes it so that it wraps nicely without CSS properties. Uses tokens, I'm guessing. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I don't think I need it right now, but it's cool. Okay. It wraps. All the ways to support Coding Garden. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. Welcome in. And lastly, videos. And Arbox, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Okay. Now, do we, not that, this, do we publish the website with the calendar looking like this? Because I mean, I'd really prefer to like change this to like Coding Garden green. Namaste Geek, thank you for the resub. Time for yoga. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it says thanks for the streams. Appreciate you. And Dahanto, thank you for the prime. Namaste Geek says, always learn something. It's good to know. Glad to hear it. Let's see if I can style this pretty easily. Just this highlighting color. Ship it and update later. The main issue is like, is it usable? What's up, me here? I'm working on my website. Looks 110% better. Let's look at the library documentation really quick. We'll see if we can fix this easily. So we ended up using a library called Full Calendar. And we want to look at their docs for theming. Could be just for this month. And what's up, Sakif? It depends. Typically, I try not to. I mean, I've had some like 5-6 hour streams. I try to limit myself to like 3 or 4 hour streams, really because it takes a lot. For me, in my normal day to day, I don't actually talk this much, but as a live streamer, I talk a lot to keep people entertained. Most people don't want to just stare at me writing code. They want to hear me talk about it. So I've literally been talking for like 4 hours at this point. So which view are we using? We're using the time grid week. Tuck, 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 tuck. What's up, Bob? We're looking to see if I can more easily style this, because this is a really ugly green. I want to fix that ugly green, and then we'll go from there. What's up, temporary ferret? We're going to fix this ugly green, and then deploy the website. Which one is it? Is it like this? Enchantment. Thank you for the gifted sub. I see what you're saying. You're trying to get ahead of the she-boss. Thank you, Fob. What are the CSS variables available to us? Can a developer get a remote job from the USA? It depends on the company that you're applying to. Because a lot of companies based in the US have certain tax requirements and like visa requirements. So if you're not in the United States, they may or may not be able to hire you. But it depends. You can always ask the company. Yeah, I appreciate that, Namaste Geek. I've thought about doing this. Shaman with the 1, just so they can get ahead of Shebas. I've thought about doing co-working streams where I actually don't talk the whole time. But I'll be honest, when I'm not streaming, I'm just like watching TV. So if I do a co-working stream, then that means I actually have to work instead of watch TV. I guess I could just watch TV on my laptop, pretend like I'm working. Yeah. But me here. Check out app ideas from Florin. They have a really good repo. Hundreds of app ideas with requirements and user stories and also like links to resources. So definitely check that out. Common CSS variables. Is there like a highlight? Event highlight color. I think this is what I want. My sub goals are on, they are on this screen. Oh. Whoa! We're getting up there. The thing is, this overlay right now, it just increases the sub goal by 25. So if we get to 375, it's just gonna increase it to 400. I should probably have goals that have incentives, right? So like when we get to 500 subs, I do a sticker giveaway or something like that. Does anybody want to gift 100 subs right? I'll give away 2 sticker packs if somebody gives 100 subs right now. But I'd give it away to a random person, not the person that gifted. They would be randomly selected from the chat. How hard is it to get a visa for a job in the US? I have no idea. And Nika, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. Yeah, I have no idea, Sakif. And I think it depends. It really depends. Probably it depends on what country you're living in right now. Yeah, I don't know. Can't tell you. An extra. Okay, how about this? If we get to 500 subs in the next 10 minutes, I will do a co-working stream tomorrow. I'm not spending 400. Yeah, I know. I don't blame you. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. All right. I think I figured out what we need to do. Repeat the goal. If we get to 500 subs in the next 10 minutes, I will do a co-working stream tomorrow. Okay, I need to convert this to RGB. Also, let's just see if this works. So if I change the highlight color, that didn't work. I really wish I could inspect today background color. Oh, you're totally right. Okay. That's it. That's it. And honestly, that gray color looks way better. But I kind of want to do. No, that looks fine. And then let's just change the background event color to be coding.garden green. That didn't work. Average salary for a junior dev in the USA. It varies. So think about the USA as like multiple countries, because there are some states in the United States that have a way lower cost of living than other states. So the average salary for someone on the East Coast is going to be way different than the average salary for somebody in the middle of the US versus somebody on the West Coast. So yeah, you can ask all the questions you want. No worries, Keith. But the United States is so big that it varies greatly. Yeah. Oh, I just typed it wrong. Event BG color. Quick stretch. What is life? That's what's happening right now. I don't know. SKX has an answer for you. I work for a U.S. company from Europe, and they employ me as an independent contractor, so you don't always need a visa. It does affect benefits, of course. Yeah, that's the other thing to think about is, as a contractor, you may not have, like, health benefits. It's possible you're only... what I want to say? Yeah, you just get less benefits. Like, you're only getting pay, which potentially results in less benefits. FC event text. Not that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Thank you, Mark. See, this is why I know I need to stop streaming. Too many typos. Also, now it seems like the white text is harder to read on that. You can have two jobs. Yeah, there's no law against that, but your employer might not like that. Your employer potentially wants you to be focused on their job alone, but there's no laws against it. Am I sleeping? Yeah. That's all right. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. All right, these buttons, we're going to change these colors, and that should be it. Though these might just be bootstrap variables. They could potentially write it into the contract that says, person will not have more than one job. These two. And then we also want for non-disabled buttons. At this point, I should put this in a variable, but I'm not going to. Did I overwrite these at some point? ChatGPT is cool. I don't think it's going to replace some developers, but for most developers, ChatGPT is just going to be another tool we use on the day-to-day. There we go. And that's a good point, wow, so clutch. Like, they could have it in the contract, but it might not be legally binding. I don't know. Yeah. And so, yeah, in the United States, I don't know if it's the same thing in other countries, but there's this, not every state is like this, but a lot of states are. It's the idea of at-will employment, which just means that the employer can fire you at any time and you can quit at any time. It is an at-will employment. That said, there are rules in laws about when they're allowed to fire you. Like, they can't fire you for discriminatory reasons. That could cause issues, but they could fire you for a lot of other reasons at a moment's notice. Do I think developers will be removed by another AI? Maybe 15 years. Possibly. I think so. When did Ray Kurzweil say the singularity was going to happen? 2045. How far away is 2045? 22 years? Okay, so according to Ray Kurzweil, we're still 22 years away from the singularity. The only point that I'm making, and also just joking, because I don't, is it really going to happen then? I don't know. But in in 22 years, AI will be so advanced we won't even know what to do with ourselves. AI will be so advanced that it's advancing itself and will extremely outpace what humans are even capable of thinking of. The singularity is, I mean, you should look up the definition. I'm going to botch the definition, but the singularity is the idea that at a certain point, technology will be so advanced and will be advancing at such a rate that it's just incomprehensible to us. I mean, it's also, you could argue, like, is that ever going to happen? Yeah, so at that point, it's not a risk to developers. It's literally a risk to, like, all jobs and humans in general. I'll be retired by then, yeah. But the way you can think about it is, as humans have gone through time, we with technology have gotten to a point where each generation has to do less work because they can reuse the work of a previous generation, right? So we figured out spoken language, and then that allowed us to tell stories, to pass on information to further generations. And then eventually we figured out how to write, and then that allowed us to write things down, and that could last way beyond even a single generation. And then after writing, we got the printing press, and that allowed us to have books and pass on books to next generations. So the way technology progresses is it typically uses past technologies to keep progressing. So the idea of the singularity is, like, I mean, even if you think about, like, in the past 100 years, how much humans have advanced in terms of technology, it's kind of crazy. So the idea of the singularity is you take that, and we just advance more and we advance more because we can use the computers that we've created to advance ourselves even more. And then eventually the computers themselves will be able to advance themselves. And then that is the point of the singularity, when the computers are advancing themselves and we don't even have to come up with new inventions or anything to advance things. Do you think we'll have a time when we forget how our technology works? That gets into another thing, right? Because that gets into if we reach a point where people don't understand technology anymore, then we start to treat technology like gods, right? Like, it gets to a point where, again, I'm not everything I'm saying I've, like, read or watched elsewhere, but there was a quote at one point that it's like, at a certain point, people will have religions based around AI. Because they want to, they're superstitious that if they behave a certain way or do a certain thing, the AI will bless them and do the thing that they want to do. But it's potential that we just get to a point where we don't understand it anymore and then just treat it like a god and treat it like we have to pray to it. I don't know. Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm not familiar, but yeah. Yeah, and I think that's one, like, if you want to relate it to technology things, right? Like, I mean, there's a lot of people in the chat here that lived at a time when we didn't have cell phones, right? And lived at a time when landlines were the only way to reach out for people, and payphones were extremely prevalent, and the only way to call somebody when you're out and about is to find a payphone. These days, every single person has a phone strapped to themselves and typically have high-speed access to the internet anywhere you are in the world. And that's just happened in the past couple of generations. So, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I mean, I think even people that are my age or a little bit older that even grew up with this technology still kind of don't understand it as well. So, yeah, you could make that same argument. Yeah, in 1923, we didn't even have the concept of a computer. I think back then, when you said computer, it referred to a person that computes rather than like a machine. Yeah, but I think you also have to think about like when we get to that point, um, like, do we really need to know how a file system works? I think so, but a lot of operating systems have moved to not showing users folders. Like they show them recent documents, and like even on phones, if people like, I mean, I use Android, so I have access to the file program, and I know how to traverse directories and stuff like that. But you could think, do we really need to know that? Because it really is just an abstraction. But I think you should. I think if you're using computers all the time, you should know how file systems work. Yeah. New jobs will pop up that we can't comprehend. Yeah, I think that's another good point to make. Like, things will get to a point where current jobs will be obsolete, but new jobs will appear. Yeah. What's up, Fearless Shake? I bought my first MP3 on the market. 8 gigabytes of memory. Nice. Yeah, so I was an early adopter of a lot of technologies. Like I remember trying to, so like I wanted to have a portable Wi-Fi device, and I was like, why doesn't this exist? Because like I was using a Windows phone at the time, and I was like, why doesn't Windows Phone have Wi-Fi? So I actually found the Nokia N770. This was one of the first devices that was portable and had Wi-Fi on it. So I actually got one of these back in the day. And then like a couple years later, the iPhone came out and the iPhone had Wi-Fi on it. And then every phone started to have Wi-Fi. But yeah. Could end up going down the route of Dune, ban all technology and involve a special human that can compute like a computer. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'd like to be a part of that, but it seems like a possibility. Yeah, so I mean, I guess 1923 might have been the first physical computer, but you also had like Charles Babbage, and I believe he worked with Ada Lovelace, right? Yeah. So this was the 1800s, but the thing is, like, so the Babbage difference engine, it was always an idea. He never actually built it, right? Right? And then Ada Lovelace was like the first programmer of it. I don't know. There's a whole history there that I'm really fuzzy on. I'm still not going to tell you my age. I mean, you could try and guess. I feel like I just talked about the Nokia N770. So when was this thing released? It was announced in 2005. So if you could think, CJ in 2005 wanted Wi-Fi on a portable device. How old is he? Yeah. I think about these things, but it also always ends up in philosophy. I think that's exactly what's happening right now, because it becomes like the philosophy of knowledge and like how knowledge is passed down and stuff like that. So yeah. Yeah. Because so they're PC illiterate because they only interact with phones. I could see it. And Jimbo Baggins, you have a good day too. Yeah. The Mendo concept of a filing cabinet is outdated. Yeah, but in terms of computer science, like understanding how computers work, like trees are everywhere, and like it starts with the file system. Like the file system is a tree structure. And so knowing that will help with your mental model of a lot of other things too. Got an update on your problem? Nice, Timon. We'll check it out. Remember batch processing MP3s down to 128 gigabytes so it would take less memory on my MP3? I used to batch process them down to 16 kilobits. They were like, here's the thing. I listened to a lot of punk rock and like music where I actually didn't care about the fidelity. So in order to fit like hundreds of songs on my tiny MP3 player, 16 kilobits is pushing it. Sometimes I'd go to 32, but it's still listenable. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, you could. His ideas are interesting. I don't know about him personally, but yeah. But I think this goes to. You could say this about anyone who's been a what's the word? Not a fortune teller, like Nostradamus. What were they? What was the? What do you call them? That's kind of what Ray Kurzweil is, and it's like you only celebrate the successes, like the things that you were right about, but all of the predictions you were wrong about, like nobody talks about. Yeah. So I think to get back to the original question, in 15 years' time, I still don't think it will fully replace humans. It's going to replace a lot of things, but I think for the most part, a lot of this AI is assistive technology. Like it's going to let me do my job better and faster, but we will still need experts to validate the API, to validate the AI. Wait, are people guessing my age? Uh, yeah, and I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, at a certain point, it'll be even better than that. Like, instead of just boilerplate, it'll literally solve the problem. But then you'll have an expert that will audit the results to make sure that and remove bugs or anything like that. So. Students don't know what files and folders are. No, I haven't seen that article. We'll look at it. This is from 2021. Yeah, when they need a file, they just search for it. And I think like operating systems have moved to that point. I never shifted to that way of managing my computer. I disable the recents menu in Windows and in Mac OS. Like I know where my files are and I put my files there. I think it also has to do with just being organized, right? Like I don't have a bunch of stuff spattered across my desktop. Like I put my files in specific places. And I guess that's not really being taught anymore, or people don't do that as much anymore. A prophet, yeah, prophet is what we were thinking about, like Nostradamus, or even like Ray Kurzweil, you could call a prophet. But yeah, is the vote correct? What was the vote? I missed it. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you. Come on. Hey, what's up, Florid? Welcome in. I literally just linked your GitHub repo like a little bit ago. I'm catching up on chat though. I'm like a minute behind. Yeah, what's up, Jordan Shu? Thanks for being here. I saw someone compare speaking to AI like being really good at Googling, and I thought that was pretty accurate. You still need to know with it to say the AI to get it what you want effectively and quickly. Yeah, absolutely. And I think even that has changed with Google, right? Like, stop it. Come on, stop it. Stop. But yeah, I mean, it still technically is a skill to Google, but it's like the way the results are showing up are changing so much that it's like all the things I used to know about Googling like don't even apply anymore because of their like ranking algorithm. But that was definitely a skill I developed, like being able to put exactly what I wanted into Google to be able to get the results back. I completely agree with that. Like being able to talk to an AI in a specific way to get the results back that you want. Yeah. Who has the rights of an AI generated image? This is a really tricky one, especially like if an AI is, now we're getting into like ethics, right? Because if an AI was trained on a specific artist's work and then is generating art in the style of their work. I mean, if I guess for like a thought experiment, right? Like if you just think of the AI as an artist who is inspired by that other artist, that happens all the time, right? Like we have people that do art in the style of other people or like that are inspired, but they like change it slightly. I think what's weird, and there were some articles about this, is how AI will generate what looks like a signature. And so you can tell what the source of its training was. So you can actually see. Um, stop. Stop. You can actually see the fact that it was trained on a specific artist because it's like generating a signature that looks a little bit like the artist. I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that. I think the people that train AI should be more transparent in the source of the data. And I think that's one of the main issues with Chat GPT right now is like it doesn't tell you where it got the answer from. And in order for us to really depend on systems like that, in order for those types of systems to like replace current search engines, they have to be able to cite their sources. I think anyways. Yeah, that's the article. Yeah. I'm at least 4 years old. Recents in Mac is so bad. Yeah, I turn it off. I turn it off. Like I go to the files that I need and I know where they are. Welcome in, Sonny. I think AI will mostly be used to interpolate, not extrapolate. They will optimize existing solutions rather than tackle complete unknown problems. I think in the next 5 to 10 years, sure, but after that, it's going to start solving novel problems and unknown problems. Like that's something we can't even comprehend yet. Yeah. And thanks, Timon. I don't know which mod did that poll, but I saw this article, but it's all hearsay. We don't even like. There's been multiple articles published. There was one published that said they're going to be using OpenAI to drive search. But if you read the article, it was like I heard from a guy, and then someone tweeted today that Microsoft's going to attempt to acquire OpenAI, but it was also I heard from a guy. It's all just rumors right now. You're not fired, Oscar. No, but you're going to get a stern talking to after stream. Fearless Jake says, I use that phrase in a job interview. I know how to perfectly Google. Yeah. Yeah. They just bought 40. Did they though? Or was this also like hearsay? Or just like someone said that they did? AI will never catch up in time to replace us. I don't know. It's like I'm half and half. So if you look at the subreddit r/singularity, most of the people here would argue that like we're closer to the singularity than ever. But like I read through these comments and I'm like, I feel like you're giving it a little bit too much credit. Like it's like because I am a programmer and I'm a bit more technically inclined and I sort of know how like neural networks work and how these AIs work, I think we're further away from like general AI or the type of thing that would cause a singularity. But if you look at the people in a lot of these posts and comments, they are like they're way past. They're like we're here. It's happening. Believe me. I'm a little less than that. It's like I know like it's cool. It is going to replace a lot of things. It's not everything yet, but I do think eventually it will be that way. But I don't think we're close yet. That's my opinion. Yeah. Giving a source is hard because it gets everything from everywhere. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the point. It's like, if we want to trust these systems, we need to be able to see the sources, which is like, I've never seen an AI based on neural networks that can tell you why it came to the conclusion it came to, which is going to be tricky. Yeah. Yeah, I could agree with that we need copyright laws around like what counts as a derivative work versus just like a straight ripoff. I don't know. Right, Oscar. And I think that's the issue because like on the surface, ChatGPT has the appearance of a like for the most part until you start prodding at it, it has the appearance of a general AI, but it is just a text predicting and text completion engine. Like if you looked at how it used to generate responses, it's I can't show you, but they changed this up, but I think they're just like replacing this in the response because like if you asked it a question, it knew how to rephrase that question as a statement, and then it used that statement to further generate the response. So if I was like, generate lyrics for a punk rock song about hamburgers, it would rephrase that as a statement. Here are the lyrics for a punk rock song about hamburgers. And then using the language model and all of the text that it's trained on, it'd be able to complete that sentence. Like, here is a set of lyrics based on, like, it would try to complete that. And what you're seeing is the completion of that text. Do I think ChatGPT will be free? I think it's going to be the same thing as like the way Google works right now, where we think it's free, but really we're paying for it with our data. Yeah. Like, it appears to be free, but basically through advertising and data collection is how we're actually paying for it. How far are we from the singularity? Let's see what UChat has to say. Within the next 10 to 15 years? Come on. Even Ray Kurzweil said 2045. We are the product. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know for sure. I think OpenAI has been trying to figure out how to monetize things. Like right now, ChatGPT isn't monetized because they're like testing it, but they did figure out how to monetize like DALL-E 2, and that you get a certain number of credits per month, and then you buy more credits to use it more. I think especially, so here's another thing to think about. I just had this thought. I haven't pondered on it much, but the fact that it's free right now, and some people are actually using it like a search engine and are using it on a day-to-day basis, it might get to a point where they start to depend on it. So when it becomes pay to play, they will pay for it because they're already dependent on it. So that's something else to think about, is like, make it free now, so that way when it costs money, people are so dependent on it that they like have to pay for it. But yeah. All right, I'm still 4 minutes behind on chat. Jordan says, I feel like this is the natural evolution of technology. Watching a TV show recently that talked about how much every industry changed after the computer was invented. Yeah. And then Jobs and Apple. Oh, no, not Jobs. Jobs were lost, not Steve Jobs. People figured out how to use computers to their advantage. Yeah, and I think that's the point that I'm making and that I've been making, is that we are going to, in the near future, let's say in the next 5 years or so, like more increasingly, we're going to use AI in our jobs. Like I said earlier, I don't think it's going to replace coders, but it's going to make me so much more faster and so much more effective. Like, I'm going to be able to 10x my output because I can let an AI generate the code or generate the app. I can do a little bit of high-level validation and make sure that it's doing what I want it to do, and then boom. But I still think you need an expert to validate the output. So, yeah. I write bash scripts so fast with GitHub Copilot. Yeah. I don't think it'll happen until we switch to quantum computing. This is something that, like, I don't think people are, I guess maybe that I'm not considering either, right? Because if you think about AI advancing and technology advancing, we're thinking about it in terms of the technology that we know, right? There is technology that we can't even comprehend. And like things happening with quantum computing that we can't even comprehend. And then like when quantum computing really is a thing, like all modern cryptography goes out the window. Then what happens? Like, can you imagine? I haven't tried asking ChatGPT how it came to an answer. Yeah, what's up, Grey Wolf? We've gone off on a tangent. I think this started because somebody was like, "Do we think ChatGPT, or what do I think of ChatGPT?" And then we started talking about the singularity. But I'm gonna be ending stream pretty soon. I think the way AI will be used is like an advanced version of Google. Yeah, I agree with that. I do think eventually, and I think like that's what Google was trying to be to begin with, right? Like you want to, and that's how a lot of people use Google, is they type in an answer. They type in a question, and they just want to get an answer back. They don't want to have to sift through the results to get the answer. They just want the answer. So ChatGPT is like an ideal version of a search engine. Like I said earlier, though, if it actually cited its sources. I remember Cleverbot, yeah. Cleverbot was really easy to show that it wasn't very smart, though. ChatGPT is like, you really have to look at the responses to see that it actually doesn't know what it's talking about in certain scenarios. Yeah. U.com site sources? This is cool. Is U.com... Who is this? Because I thought this was like a... Were they like... Aren't they like based in... I don't even want to say. Who is U.com? Ask him? Who owns U.com? Okay, they're based out of California. Founded by former Salesforce employees. Okay. I thought they were based outside the US for some reason. Cool. Cool. It's a secret. Udemy courses? I'm a big old procrastinator and I haven't been working on the course that I said I was going to work on. I have been thinking about doing a live version of the course where I'll limit the signups, like only 30 people can sign up, and then we'll do like 4 live sessions over the course of 2 weeks, and then take those recordings and publish those as a course. That's my idea anyways. I need to work out all the details. But it's going to be a lot easier for me to do that than come up with the curriculum, edit the videos, all that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I see that for sure. Yeah, Microsoft does that. I think for DevOps, I mean, so here's the thing. I'm a programmer, so I'm biased to say that the work that I do is like trickier, but like a lot of DevOps is configuration generation, right? Like it's not there's not too much custom logic. It really is just use this configuration to do this thing. And I think AI is really good at generating that kind of code or that kind of configuration. So I don't know. Any DevOps person in the chat, please prove me wrong. And I don't mean to talk about your profession like it's not hard. I just mean the kind of scripts and codes that are written for DevOps is like really different from like software engineering or like programming. Right? Right? I don't remember that. Yeah, so we have quantum computers, but just a single digit qubit. What is this codex? Please enter your name. Oh, it's really slow. Hello, CJ. My name is Dr. Spatso. I'm here to help you. Say whatever is on your mind freely. Our conversation will be kept in strict confidence. Oh, wait. Is this the thing where, like, the creator... What is happening? The creator, like, gave this program to, like, their wife or receptionist or something like that. And it was literally, like, they were literally addicted to, like, talking to it. This will not accept my input. It's not working for me. No worries, Codex. Thank you for sharing. I need to catch up on chat, and then I got to get out of here. I like that idea, an invisible watermark. Yeah, I mean, there was also the person that made that tool that could detect if the generated or if the text you put into it came from an AI. So I'm curious how they did that. I'm a professional ChatGPT user. I can code literally anything and outwork everyone. Okay. What's up, Timar? Welcome. I plan on doing a React course. Can I talk about something really quick? So the beta React docs are going to be released soon. But I still think they were designed by someone who's not a beginner. Now, obviously, I'm not a beginner. I've been coding for a very long time, but I've worked with a lot of beginners. And there are aspects of this that don't get enough emphasis, I think. So you could argue, I mean, the only reason I even start talking about this is why does there need to be another React course? Is I still think even the core React docs could do a better job of teaching the fundamentals. Even the new beta version. I'm specifically looking at this section here. This is all the text you get on JSX, as far as I could tell, in the entire docs. And for a beginner, they need more than this. They need more than just one small little section on JSX. I would agree with that. They're way better than the existing ones, but I think they still need work, and I still think that there's room for, a course. Obviously, I'm biased because I'm just if I want to justify myself creating a React course, but I think there are some things that could be said in better ways and could be a little bit more detailed that aren't here. Now, you could argue, why don't I just go contribute to the React docs? I don't know. It's a lot of work. There's a whole chapter about JSX. I'm open to it. Where's it at, though? Writing markup with JSX. That's here. Link me to it. Is it in the reference section? Here we go. Yeah, this is good. This is good, but this isn't in the getting started. Thank you, R. Thank you for mentioning that. Like the quick start and everything just has like a tiny. I guess it's supposed to be a quick start, anyways. But I would argue, especially for a beginner, like if you think about complete beginners to React coming into it, they should at least know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But JSX is a big jump. Cool. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah, I mean, one of the issues with the current docs is that they're still using class components, which is kind of insane. Now, you go to the React homepage, and it's still class components. But yeah. Build a lot in Terraform, which can often be a bit challenging. It's good to know. You can run it in Emacs. Do Macs come with Emacs by default? Guess not. Principal prompt engineer. Professionally write prompts for AI. Which docs are beginner friendly? React versus Vue versus Angular? Vue, hands down. Hands down. Honestly, I'd love to do a case study. I'd love to get just like a beginner up here, but and then have them try it themselves. The view docs, I think this has the perfect level of scaffolding, where you reveal just enough information so that the learner can feel accomplished. Like, okay, I'm learning the thing, I get this, and then it gets gradually more complex, and you like gradually build on the concepts. The view docs, amazing at that. The Angular docs, it's too much. Like it's extremely overwhelming. Like even for a seasoned developer, the Angular docs are just so extensive. Like it's just so much. There's just so much. And imagine coming into this as a beginner where like you're not even used to documentation yet. Yeah, and then the existing React docs, not good at all, because like these are not the existing docs are not a good map between what modern React devs are writing and what a modern React dev would look for in the documentation. Now they're trying to change that with the beta docs and reference, but they're still in beta. Not never written code before, because even like all of these, you still have to at least know the basics of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I mean, you could try learning these without knowing that, but you're gonna have a hard time. So, I mean, I would argue that a beginner that knows HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, still probably the only documentation they've been exposed to is like MDN. They haven't been exposed to a lot of documentation yet. So, you just, from the existing docs, you finish the tutorial. I think that's the thing, is if you go through the tutorial, it uses class components still, doesn't it? Okay, that's a functional component. Yeah, but then it uses class components for the parent. It's super interesting. Like, it's not the end of the world if you learned class components, but the issue is you're going to come across code bases in the real world that don't have a single class component in them. And in like components that in code bases that use hooks and everything is just so different than how we used to write React. That makes sense. That makes sense, Cosmine. Like, if you have an older code base, then yeah, these docs make sense. But the React ecosystem has evolved heavily, extensively since then. So, I did this tutorial as someone with Node.js framework experience, and I understood 0%. There you go, case study. You should know a little bit before getting into it. The quick start is supposed to be a quick start. Did I say that? All right, I really need to go. I'm behind on chat, but I do appreciate this this conversation that we tangented into. Oh, I'm caught up. I'm caught up. Here we go. Where is component did mount in the new docs? Do they talk about that, like lifecycle? That's funny. Dances with dirt. I've maintained 15-year-old code bases where the only thing that could potentially help would be an old priest, a young priest, and some holy water. Yeah. I've only barely used Spring Boot. I don't really have any experience with Spring Boot. Spring Boot is a Java backend framework. Okay. We did some work today, everybody. Oh, I forgot. This is what we were even working on. This page still needs work. These buttons need to be a green. We didn't fix it, but this is good enough. I'm actually going to deploy this. Add schedule, update meta description. Here we go. Let me deploy this so we can see the fruits of our labor in production. Cool, Timon. Glad to hear it. I didn't even get to look at your code. I'm sorry. Moment of truth. The Coding Garden website has been updated. Has it though? No, it hasn't. I need to reload to clear the cache. But you can see. So this is the old version of the site. It didn't look very good on mobile, and there's a bunch of text here, and the animations aren't that great. But if we look at the new version, wow, look at that. We cleaned the font up. We have got better animations. It looks better on mobile. Nice. Nice. Did I put free debugs on my new laptop? Yeah, you can look at the stickers on my laptop. Is it accessible? Yeah. We can look at the Lighthouse score in Chromium. Yeah. I found that in my big box of stickers. They see the JavaScript Seinfeld. Yeah, I don't think Firefox has Lighthouse. It's a Google thing. That looks good on mobile, right? Right? That's pretty good. An 89 in performance. I wonder why. Eliminate render blocking resources. It's probably because of the animations. The tagline could be broken up better on mobile. Yeah, I agree with that. I could give it a max width. Oh well, good enough. Good enough. Actually, that should be a pretty easy fix on the homepage. Right about here. So we need to give a max width on that H2. We'll do it on smaller devices. Use Pablo's library. It's not. I don't think it's intense enough to do that. Like that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, let's get out of here. Thank you everybody for hanging out today. This has been a chill stream. We didn't get as much done as we wanted to, but we got quite a bit done. I think the website looks great. Yeah, thank you, Jordan. Thank you for hanging out. I didn't fix this. I don't. Anybody that's on my mailing list, do you also experience this bug, where all of the links are the same color as the background on iOS? I'll probably just fix this off stream. But someone forwarded me on my mailing list, and they're like, "Hey," they sent a screenshot. I don't know. You tell me. It's like dark mode on iOS renders weird. I'll have to debug it later. But if you want to join my mailing list, it's there. Check out the schedule. I don't plan on being live again until Friday. This is the old version. You'll have to reload it if you've loaded it before. This is the new version. Yeah. You can see that I'm going to be live on Friday to work on a full stack app. So tune in for that. You have a good day as well. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Follow me over on Twitter. Join the Discord if you want to. If you had any like code questions that we didn't help you with, the Discord is a good place to ask. Oh, there's an ad right now. I'll wait. Yeah, the ad should be over now. The name of the app is Listed. We're creating lists of YouTube channels is the app we're building. Um, streams that raid don't work. That's weird. Are you watching on mobile with a capital D? Yeah, I had some ideas for the logo. You can see Omar had some font ideas, and then like this was my idea, listed, or like more abstract with it. Almost looks like a bullet, or like that. I don't know. Let's get out of here. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you are not a sub, you can use this raid message. And I do need to add load. You're totally right. I need to add loading on this page because it's just blank. We'll add it to the list of to-dos. Cool. All right. Use those raid messages. Come up with your own raid message. I don't know who we're going to raid, but whoever we raid, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. And I hope to see you on Friday. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.